Looking for one more. He knows exactly where Jeet is with Jeet. He has to take it. Oh! Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Breathe.
The side beside it, one more.
Oh!
Scary!
But San don't care! San wants more!
Oh, he's walking in 2 steps. Vera picking up 3.
It has been a very long week for Eid, but we are back here, the VCT Malaysia Singapore Split 2 here. Tashman, your caster today, and apparently I'm as lonely as I don't know, give me in the comments, what am I as lonely as? Lonely as a clam would be the right word. Anyways, today we have 2 exciting series coming to you before we head on over to the playoffs very, very soon here for MYSG. And I think this is a very crucial moment for a lot of the teams here. We saw a lot of roster shuffles happening throughout this split 2. We saw teams that we want to make it here, not make it here, and we are seeing also some of the teams go through some of the biggest upsets and some teams still trying their hardest to struggle to come over to the beginning or at least the top of the season. Anyways, before we start, we have a little bit of content to share with you guys. Let's have a look what VCT has to offer for us.
Okay. Gonna draw the goat. This guy is notorious for taking people's spots on teams, Oh my god. Very scrawny guy. Loves to go Thailand, Oh wait, how did that jersey look like? Okay, now I give you close up of the face. Rather Marcus Tan, The hair, I don't know how cut one. I don't know how to draw. Okay, I'm done. Okay, showing. Come back. Guys.
You know what's really interesting? When I first saw Kimi BTW, I thought that he's like a small person, but then I realized in the big video he's actually a very tall guy. So clearly everyone is taller than me in VCT MYSG. Regardless, we are seeing that was from Kizuna, and let us know in the comments what you think of his drawing, because I think that he's pretty goated for that. Regardless, as we go to our first series of the day, this is where it gets really cool, because today we are gonna have 2 awesome series that I can't say just yet, because for those who just joined in, I'm sure you guys are wondering how the format is gonna go, so take it away.
Welcome back to Split 2 of the VCT Challengers MYSG. We hope you enjoyed all the games for Split 1, and we are here to give you a quick rundown on what's happening next. Here we have the final standings for Split 1 VCL. Of the 8 teams, the top 6 teams will move on directly to Split 2 VCL, and the bottom 2 teams will face off against the top 2 teams from the Split 2 Challengers qualifier in the promotion relegation bracket. These 4 teams will face off in a 4-team GSL bracket, 1 slot taken from the upper bracket finals, and 1 slot from the lower bracket finals to qualify into the Split 2 VCL. This bracket features best of 3s for all matches other than the decider matches, which would be a best of 5s. Once we've gotten our 8 teams for Split 2 VCL, teams will go through a grueling series of best of 3 matches across a span of 14 days. The top 6 teams will qualify to the Challengers playoffs to fight for the top spot and a chance to compete in the Ascension Tournament. The Ascension Tournament will feature the top teams from the Asia Pacific region. The winner of the Ascension Tournament will qualify for the 2024 and 2025 International League. Without further ado, let's head back to the main show.
And there you have it, the format of how this tournament is gonna go. And it's actually insane to think about it, how we only have barely a few weeks left, maybe less than 2 weeks left as we go into toward the playoff situation later. But now is where things get really interesting. We're having a very interesting tiebreaker going on as well. We have a few teams that are currently undefeated, which will be showing right behind me right now as we look at the standings. So now, Bleed Esports is currently with a plus 12 difference where they're going 6-0 Enigma as well. But we're also having a 3-2 team here by Kizuna Esports. And I think what's really cool about Kizuna Esports is that in Split 1, they were at the bottom of the ladder. And look at the changes and as well as the improvement they've been here. They're currently at a +2. TeoTeoTeo and X10 Esports currently the -1 differential as we have a 2-4 by Toda, 1-4 for BBP, and at the end of the day here we have Louvre, a newly formed team. Even though they are a team that did make it into the split, they are a team that just put together as they move into this season with 0-6 with a -11 differential. And this is a very interesting situation because if you guys remember, most of these teams are the teams who qualified from split number 1 coming here at the same time. But of course, we just saw Enigma come up on top before. They just kind of like, invested here in NYSG. But enough about Enigma because we want to talk about X10 Esports versus TeoTeoTeo. And I think it's a very interesting situation looking at these two teams. Now, for TeoTeoTeo, they are a team that technically renamed themselves. If you guys did not watch the video about how they renamed themselves, please go ahead on over to the VALORANT_MYSG Twitter, TikTok or Instagram. They do have an origin story on how exactly TeoTeoTeo's renaming happened. Now, if we talk about X10 is a very interesting one as well because they had a very interesting situation happening on split number 1. I think they're a team that were very, very explosive on split 1 and still continuing that streak coming into split 2. Now, they did have a little bit of a roster change. We're seeing a red coat that got picked up a few weeks ago, I believe, and also Wayne, who just legally came up into the age to be able to compete. And I think this is a very interesting dynamic coming through here for this team because if you think about it, if you see the team before during the Crisania days, I believe they are like a mechanical machine that is like a clockwork. But now with X10 having Redco into the team, it's a very different dynamic. It feels like the team is a little bit more loose, able to adapt on the fly, and I'm really liking how exactly these teams are moving and playing together. Now for TeoTeoTeo, we're still seeing that consistency coming through. I believe that for the team, they have a lot they want to do. They have a lot they want to show. These are definitely players that have been playing for a long time, been in the scene for a long time. Banaf, Brandon, Dizzy, Redla, and Shiba. And if you guys don't know, Shiba used to be Shiba and the Homies, KP Moon BLM1, and he was also in Paper X for a little while. So you can tell that Redla as well from Bleed. So these are definitely very, very seasoned players coming through today. And I think that for this team in general, I think that they are a team full of very, very, not only just talented players, but they're still very, very consistent. And I haven't really seen that bump in improvement just yet. And I'm hoping today would be the day they can actually make me eat my words as they take on X10. But at the same time, we also see X10. They had a massive, I would say, upset just a few days ago when they lost to I believe it was Kizuna 2-0. But let's have a look at the head-to-head with these two teams here. And I really want to talk about these two players, which is Vera and Dizzy. So these two players, since last year all the way till now that I've been casting this game, I think that these two duelists had a lot of potential. They are very, very aggressive duelists who are, I would say, they pop off, they make space for their team. But if you look at the ACS here from Vera, it's just a little bit higher than Dizzy because it feels here that for Vera, with the enabling from his teammates gives him a lot more value, and I think survivability wise Vera has it more in the bag compared to Dizzy. But in terms of aggression, I think Dizzy is a little bit more faster when it comes to that. I would say that not initiation but rather the first contact. He's always been a sharpshooter, and I think that these two players, even though the numbers are a little bit more skewed in Vera's favor, I think that both players in terms of duelists are just very head-to-head. But it depends on what their team can do for the duelists to enable them to not only just give up space but also survive. Then we can see a little bit more value in terms of what they can bring to the table. As we go into this game today, no Fracture for X10, and let's see what TeoTeoTeo decides to pick. And we all know that Fracture is a little bit more hard to navigate. It's a very lurk-heavy map, and I think that a lot of X10 do not want to deal with that. Haven taken out of the road, and if you remember, X10 has had a pretty good run on this map. They have really good map control rotations are on point, and they're not afraid to give up space and retake. Now, Pearl will be the map selected by X10. If you guys remember, Pearl, they actually lost this map prior to Kizuna. They lost on Pearl to Kizuna, and I think in this situation, X10 really wants to make a comeback and show that they are the kings of this map. Ascent will be picked by TeoTeoTeo, and X10 being very smart here. We all know that Ascent is a very defender-sided map. This is a very good way to start, and Split being the decider map. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if we go all the way up to map number 3, given the fact that both teams are actually performing, and I would say they're very, very on par. But Split is going to be very interesting because see how X10 picks defense first. So I would say that even though Split is very, very defender-sided, but there are a lot of situations where the mid side gets breached, or we have a lurker that just does so good. Suddenly, it becomes very, very attacker-heavy. Regardless, as we go into this map, I'm really interested to see how exactly X10 would have improved after their huge upset the other day with 2-0 to Kizuna. And I'm interested to see if TeoTeoTeo wants to try and take this away and just show their dominance as we move toward the end of the split. Now let's have a look at the lineups here, and this is where it's going to be really interesting. As we go into our first map of Pearl, remember Pearl is very, very B-long heavy. A lot of players love playing that area. We saw is usually a Viper and a Harbor comp coming through. That's what we're seeing at VCT Pacific, EMEA as well as NA. We saw that happen first time in lock-in. So it looks like it's going to be that for both teams here. We're going to see Redco, Wayne, Shiba, as well as Brandon on those controllers. And it's up to the team to really decide how exactly they want to choose to execute. And as we know, even though Pearl can be very, very, I would say, defense-heavy, but there are a lot of entries and a lot of, I would say wormholes for them to work with. And I think that for lurking, it's going to be so good for the team who catches these teams off guard. It's going to be really interesting to see how exactly both teams navigate the entire area, whether or not they want to take up the mid area or they're just going to be playing B long the whole time. Because if we saw the other regions play, it seems like B long is exactly where a lot of people want to put a lot of their, I would say, their attention to. Because how it works is that we're going to have a Harbor pushing up forward with the Cascade, push up, and then we're going to have immediately the Viper wall move out of the way. Regardless, this is our first map for our first series today, X10 and TeoTeoTeo. This is going to be a good one. And I think for Redco as the new IGL, he wants to show that he can bring a lot of value to the table compared to the rest. But for now, I do have a co-caster here. Contra, what is up?
Well, what is up? Amazing, exciting match that's coming your way. X10 Esports versus TeoTeoTeo. So far, of course, X10 Esports have been proving a lot of great statistics throughout their course inside of Pearl for the past couple of weeks already. As for TeoTeoTeo, of course, they really have to work for this one.
Yeah, B long is exactly what they want to go. Immediately the flash comes out and Vera moving out of the way. It doesn't deter him. Really double jumping. Double dip here coming forward. But if you look at how exactly each team will be playing, they're very, very separated. X10 playing the long game, but it looks like the spike will be moving toward the A site. We did see a peek there, but look at where Wayne has positioned himself. Immediately, Retla, nice little shot to Wayne, takes him out of the way with one less controller. It's a little bit more easy to take control of the site.
And it does open up so much spacing for the rest of TeoTeoTeo to just roll right in, and Thames managed to at least bring Brandon out for his change. Now, with more members on their hands, let's see how TeoTeoTeo will bring it all the way out.
Retla is doing so well with his lurks. Got 2 already as he moved into the site. Doing so well with not only taking away the space and taking so much control away from X10. Shiba gets 1 more. Redco out. And this aggression will not stop here. Thames does take it out on Dizzy. He's for 3. Can he go 4? Nope. Shiba stops it from happening. TeoTeoTeo, great opening with the gun round.
Yeah, that was still a really good attempt coming out of what we just last saw out of X10 Esports, despite them going into the sector attack later after Redlow was being caught out as well. So wasn't really much of a spacing that he could basically work with majority of the side of TeoTeoTeo, who, of course, already garnered a little bit more of the advantages. Now, we are seeing a couple of buys coming in the way. Bulldog already in the hands of Redla. securing those 2Ks alongside with Shiba. Shiba decides he's good with the Sheriff and he'll just get the full shield.
That was a very aggressive push by Dizzy, and Redco pays for that. And immediately Dizzy will be taking up that space. Does not know there's one more inside of Secret. Will smoke that out, gives him a little bit of space to move in, but Naf does push out, finds Egoist. And we already see the plant come through as Wayne does find Dizzy. We're seeing Benaf trying to scout out some information, but Redla is scared of nothing. 2 already in the bag. Sees one, was 3 temps. Takes him out, and Redla is on a roll today.
We're just seeing sure confidence coming out of Redla, and the rest of TeoTeoTeo just have an access all the way towards the back, where, of course, that being pistol round, X10 Esports find it a little tad hard to challenge, but of course, now finally we get all the guns up online for the rest of X10 Esports. So perhaps this will be a firmer grasp as the rest of TeoTeoTeo this time hits over onto a attempt onto B.
The new arcade skin is definitely also my weakness. I get so distracted with that skin, but it's gonna be a really fast push onto the B side here. A nice little aggressive push. Vera opening it up onto Dizzy. Love how he played with the Viper smoke. Does get a little of a tag, but it's gonna have to move out of the way. Temps does redeem himself, finds one, but it's gonna be traded out by Brandon. That Nano Swarm will buy some time, and they have no clue how many people is waiting behind the veil. Doesn't clear out the area, and Shiba has not moved quite yet. Tries to get those taps through the high tide. Nothing there quite yet. And as the other members of X10 is okay with giving up the space, trying to make sure that the commit does happen before immediately rotating onto the site. They do get the trade. Nice little upgrade to the guns. Nice pop there by Brandon as well. Doesn't matter whether or not it's a bonus. Brandon still takes these. Redco pushing out, waiting for the high tide to go down. The timing has to be on time, but the crosshair is not necessarily hitting him just yet. A move come forward, and Redco reacts to that real quickly. There is going to be one more, a cascade just to hide them out of the way. They need to get the information. Goes for a nice little tap and moves out. No shots just yet by TeoTeoTeo. They're just going to be slowly putting out the high tide as well as the Cove. Easy round. There's only one more Redla to worry about. He's still just trying to find a way to get those taps through. But it's so hard when Redco is there as a meat shield for his teammate to take him down.
My. Redco really played that to perfection. Look at how patiently he waited across the corners of the cascade until they actually push out. And even despite that, he didn't really pull out the Cove early on, where that could easily be a death sentence for the rest of X10 Esports. But with them being so calm and composed, finally they put a little bit of dent towards the side of TeoTeoTeo. And first, now we also do see Shiba has the Reckoning up online, and perhaps this could actually bring the tides back in the favor of TeoTeoTeo heading into this A attempt.
What the bird doing?
Yeah, like, well, literally sending Dizzy a little bit dizzier than usual.
Oh man, unfortunate. Accidents happen, but it's okay. As we go into the game, I think I really want to talk about how X10's, I would say their management, their utility management just now was just so good, but TeoTeoTeo, fortunately not getting much value from those flashes. They are going to be putting down that lockdown, at least just to take that space out of the way, and Shiba quickly taking up that space, isolating them out with the high tide. But if you look at how it's going to go, X10 does not have any problem at all just playing retake, but look at the Reckoning come through. He's just trying to just shift them out of the way. That's a lot of utility already used so very early. But the sprays come through, and Dizzy for 2, but Ego isn't Wayne does straight out, but Naf gets one more. Still very, very winnable, but Benaf so very low. The Seekers not going to get any value, but Redla finds one. Wayne, good recovery. That's going to pick onto Benaf. They just passed by each other. Not sure if he actually saw the little beanie. He's looking the other way, but where are you looking? Redla a little bit faster. Clean round. Both 2 ultimates utilized to get the win.
Man, this guy is so sneaky, and this wasn't the first battle that he's been winning across Flowers and throughout the dugout sector as well. And my. Both of these ultimates committed, just zoned him completely back into spawn, and it didn't seem like there was much to be done by the rest of X10 Esports, despite them having every artillery possible. Now, going back to square one, as a matter of fact, they're bringing 2 Bulldogs all together. I think that was just an amazing setup out of TeoTeoTeo in particular. Just having everything aligned accordingly.
Shots out. No information just yet. I don't think they even noticed Redco was there. Very sneaky. Does get a trade, but not for two. He's been great with those multi-frags. Redla as well. His timing of our mid has just been phenomenal. Gets so many of those picks.
Yeah.
Just breaking their formation in terms of their lurks. And Redla for one more already. And one thing I can say about this guy is the fact that his hold is just so hard to break.
Yeah. Meanwhile, as they took all of that jostle of control over on the mid sector, there just was this whole free reign of the access for the rest of these members just cut right through. But Redla finally gets spotted out by Wayne. Goes in for a little bit more exchange towards Vandal, but I don't think that this is an angle for him to really commit towards the Viper's Pit anyways.
Yeah, and Shiba as well, just push. They already had all the information they need. I have to say that TeoTeoTeo looking so great on attack. It's just a matter of conditioning, and I think that we've seen this happen for X10 before as well with Kizuna. They were trying to figure out where the lurk is going to happen, and it's like, I would say this might be just a repeat or deja vu of the match the other day when they're just trying to figure out when the lurk will be happening from the Sentinels and when it doesn't happen. And for Redla, his lurks weren't really that deep either. It's just in the middle of catching them in the mid-rotates. Just playing in those corners, getting that information. He does go down, but the information is enough for him to really just push out. An aggressive push here from X10 this time. They want to change it up. A different sort of gameplay, different sort of game plan. But again, they're not getting that value from these aggressive pushes.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, they're just dropping so many of their members just by doing so. And even despite that, just look at the rest of the positioning of these members up here too. They're just chilling all the way to back, and which Dizzy already goes in, punishes two, Wayne's down.
Such a nasty, nasty push out there. He double dips Redco and Vera for the recovery, but Naf gets one more. But Naf on fire today. Each member of TeoTeoTeo wants to show what they can bring to the table, but it's going to be Egoist all alone. Now, for Egoist, what he's going to do here is he can either, I think saving might be the only way he wants to do it, because if without the guns, it's going to be so hard for him next round. They don't have the credits. He does find one more, moves away from the ultimate. Flash comes out, moves out of the way. But Naf is very, very low. He can get a consolation prize by at least getting a pick here. But in this situation for X10, I wouldn't say it's a counter strat, but I would say in this situation, it's just they're not able to take away the control of the areas.
Yeah, at the very least, he got one back with some of all these isolated picks, but with him giving way, that allows them to actually get this plan down.
Planted.
Even despite them having this form of advantage right now, they got to work this out together, but Naf's only got 10 HP left. Not that he could heal himself. Egoist.
Timing.
He still gets the headshot.
Oh,
1 versus 1 now.
great reaction time by Egoist. He was looking the other way. Somebody check his PC. Regardless, 1 versus 1 here. Moving out of the way. Timing is key here. And Egoist clutches. This man, we saw him in his debut for Split 1. And we were questioning how great he was as a Sentinel, as a Clutch Master. And he still has in the bag.
That's something he could always brag about, of course, with such a performance out there. And at that very point of time, we saw most of these members were actually lurking around him. And TeoTeoTeo lost sight. Not that it was out of mind, and now it's gonna stay up there for quite some time. Of course, now X10, they got resources to roll with. Vera just pulls out the Blade Storm very early on. And they're still going for some aggressive attempts onto the A entries. Not going to be able to find any, though.
Honestly, you gotta commend Egoist's game sense. His timing was just so immaculate. Reaction time as well, just so huge. Immediately, they do take out Egoist. Immediately reacting to information. Attempts for 2 before finally going down. The double swing means absolutely nothing. Vera, nice nice recovery just to trade out his teammate. Finds Brandon. Vera finally online. He's looking hot right now. With only Redla to worry about, this is where things get really complicated. Redla, known just like Ego, is able to clutch out, but has no clue where to look. He did see him in the end, does see him, Redla shutting him down. Still one more, 1 versus 2, very, very winnable. We saw 1v3 by Ego as a 1v2 for Redla.
My ultimate is ready.
Potentially, this could be it. But both of them are cutting across the links. And now, both of them stacking all together. And this
They
might
hit the
just be
tap.
that golden moment of an opportunity, and he's just gonna push it through.
Finds one more. Honestly, you really gotta talk about Redco's utility. This is a very interesting situation because for so many rounds already, Redco has been holding on to the Cove, to the high tide for so long. He's not the type to put it up so early until the commit happens. And whenever it comes to those situations, those utilities have been so vital to his rounds. Gotta say that in terms of utility usage, X10, just so great.
I definitely will double down on that as well. The way that he just denied full vision on top of course, Cove giving you a small layer of protection. Those shots were just connecting only for a few bullets. And Vera, swiftly as he goes, brings one back with the operator. She was already out, but at least they still have Brandon to give them a little bit more of a control over the map with vision. And now that that's down, I guess they will have to find a way to work around B instead.
Honestly, it's looking so great for X10 because they're changing up the way they play. They're just deciding to be more proactive this round and taking up space, going for those picks, and then moving out of the way. And the idea is to dwindle down the numbers for TeoTeoTeo. And speaking of that, immediately going to put down the lockdowns for both teams here. They're going to have to respect the space, whether or not they both are. Yes, they are. Both are okay with that. And it's a nice little reset from both teams. But time is running out. They have to figure out how to get onto the site. They do have 40 seconds granted, but X10 is wasting no time in taking up that space once again.
They just gotta find a way to actually get this plant down safely, but in order to do so, you would expect a few of these members of X10 to be able to push out as well to challenge. Brandon already moving into the hallways where Egoists have brought down Redline instead.
That's just so huge from Temps for 2 already. The sprays come out. Great flawless by X10. And again, this is what exactly I was talking about here. When X10 is allowed control of that space, allowed to quickly move in, is where things get so good for them. And now for TeoTeoTeo, I think that I would say their main takeaway here is dwindling on the numbers for X10, not allowing them to play together, not allowing the synergy in terms of the utilities to come through. And I think X10 realizes that and decides, okay, the best for things for us to do is to not only just respect them, give us the space, and then we'll play together to take back the site. And I think it's so great from them.
Yeah, the layering, the control overall out of X10 Esports is really starting to show round after round. And Rico's just one more orb away from getting his own reckoning. And as a matter of fact, he's already got it online. Now charging right to the links, but Spike's still all the way back. They're on the hunt. Ego is spotted out, but can he actually find a way out?
Oh, what a spray! What a spray! Just quickly react into that. He wasn't able to reposition because of the tiny little area going through, and Redco has not moved just yet. Unfortunate for Egoist, but I have been noticing for the past few rounds that TeoTeoTeo has been trying to really take control of mid-area. It was a good hold earlier by Temps, but this time around, not so lucky.
Yeah, and a better display coming in from TeoTeoTeo as well. They just basically secured this entire section up mid. They have the entire sector under control, and now with the Viper's Pit put up online, it's going to be even harder for the rest of X10 to even find it out. Oh my
that's
word.
huge!
Wait!
That is so very huge! Just gets the Viper out of the pit, takes him out. No more cover for y'all. TeoTeoTeo getting dwindled down one by one. She about to go out first, but this reckoning is not doing them any favors at all. Vera with one more. Nice op shot. Gets it with a shorty. Gets one more for Wayne. Another very nicely done retake by X10.
Well, that could have been a huge disaster, but just look at how the rest of X10 just cover grounds the moment that the Viper Pit just fades off, and eventually they just push right through it and still got it cleared out. That could have been a huge golden moment, especially from what Brandon did with the snakebite itself, which none of us expected, but it takes a Viper to know a Viper.
Honestly, that was a really good synergy sort of play coming here. It's Redco Reckoning, and immediately when you saw it pop, he saw the snakebite come through. Just great relay of information from the team. Haven't seen anything yet from the side of TeoTeoTeo, but it doesn't really matter here. It's just something that they have to watch out next time.
Same kind of high tide to just cover every possible vision. And Thames, the moment he peeked out of B, this time gets absolutely punished. Whereas the rest of TeoTeoTeo, they try to cut across mid, and they will be met by Vera if they were to have any plans to hit right into B. So they will have to take this one slowly. But over on to Arc, though, it may be well opened up, but there's still an alarm bot that will be able to give them a little bit more of a cue. So TeoTeoTeo, they would have to mind their steps, and there's already 3 members into this A side. Tough nut to crack.
Information relayed, and this is a very, very slow round for TeoTeoTeo. It's more about just trying to play explosively with 30 seconds to go. That's exactly what's going to happen. You see shots everywhere, but Naf only finds Vera, gets a nice op. It's a nice little consolation prize. We also hear the Seekers come through. Hove comes out, gives him a little bit of area to plant. Thankfully, that Nanoswarm does not cover the entire area. He has a few more areas to just plant on the very corner. But a nice little jump shot by Wayne, but Redla and Shiba get one more. Egoist for one, but Shiba will trade back. It doesn't matter what gun is in this man's hand. Give him a hit and he will pop it.
So crispy. And now Banef spots him now, just with a stinger. It does the trade.
Such a good round for them, honestly. And this is the kind of mindset you want to see from a Thrifty. Instead of seeing that, let's go aggressive on Thrifty, which is what we see in most teams, what they decided to do is, let's be sneaky, take them out, and then take their guns away. And this is a really good mindset to come through. This nothing to lose mindset, but at the same time, understanding that we have nothing to lose, but we will take your guns away.
Yeah, and it's a really good read out of what they've been able to offer. All they really have to do is just keep some of these attention span of X10 members to be pulled towards a certain direction. And eventually, just so easy does it. Here comes the Viper's kit, though. Wayne's going to hold onto with this close corner, and he's already committed with a snakebite, so no entry at all.
Oh man, Vera. That is a very aggressive push. And that means they were already planning this. So this is a very aggressive Viper's Pit, and putting Vera there basically pincers TeoTeoTeo out of the way. They have no way to take up the space that's being held now by X10 unless they decide to come through mid. And even then, look at how many utilities are already there.
Yeah, and this is going to be even more tricky as they take more time into deciphering what exactly to do. We are trying to send a few members into the B-Link, and that will be met by Vera in a matter of moments, and he's already got this operator pointed right at the doors. Does not land onto Redla instead, but there's still Reiko in charge, but they still go in 1-for-1.
Nice trade. Vera still with the upper hand. That op is just holding up so much space. Both teams with the Skies gets a little bit of a top up. But with TeoTeoTeo losing Brandon and Shiba, those are the 2 controllers out. It's going to be so hard to not only just work on the post plant, but also take up that space. Wayne tries to be sneaky. Good for one. That's all that he needs. And quickly just running onto the side. The turret goes out of the way, immediately pops the Nanoswarm on contact. But look at who's inside the smoke. Surprise! But Ego is still gets him in the end. But Nap goes down as well. They know exactly where he is. What a great round.
What a way to play through those clouds, and little did he know he's just lying there in wait. It's like, okay, no more nanoswarms, and it should be clear, right? I guess not. TeoTeoTeo just getting overwhelmed like that. And now, for the first time, X10 is actually taking the lead.
Yeah, and they're also going for that timeout. It was a very good round, and I'm really liking the fact that for X10, they're okay with taking that time out. Sometimes you need a breather. Sometimes you want to kind of figure out how exactly can we solidify our rounds. Because if you remember for X10, even though they did take a few rounds in a row, it wasn't necessarily the cleanest rounds, and some of them can be really scrappy. And I think that for Redco as an IGL, he wants to make sure that while I do like the fact that as an IGL, what Redco brought to the team was this, I would say, this flexibility, this adaptability. And when I think about that, it's so great to see the team move together and move together as a team. I mean, we saw what happened with Egoist and Vera's Cloudburst. That was actually huge. I would never have thought about using the Cloudburst for that, but that's exactly what's so great about seeing X10 and their utility usage. Now, for TeoTeoTeo, I'm liking the fact that they're very proactive with taking up space and playing as, I would say, differently as possible. But it feels like for X10, they're reading them like a book.
Yeah, they were trying to take very different angles, and by then, like X10 Esports have a few of these rounds to work with to be able to expect some of all these movements already. Now, just looking at economy-wise, we are seeing them being able to afford another buy in the hands of Brandon, I do believe, but they are not actually going to do so.
Oh, bet it's gonna be Vera who gets it. Tip swings up for 2.
Oh my word, not like this.
What on earth is happening?
Found one.
With that huge setup from Thames that just blinded the entire team off. Now they're only left with 2. I'm not even certain if they should really commit back here. Retla's got to go. Vera misses it only by a millimeter, and he's still going for it.
Oh my god. That's a very ballsy move, Brandon holding. Good round, they pincered him. Wasn't able to even leave Aiming.
It started off really shaky for X10 Esports, but they have finally perfected it by the end of that round, and they definitely know for the fact that, hey, this is going to be an angle where both they will be challenging for orbs, because we last saw not only do they need the Reckoning up online, they need the Blade Storm as well from the members of TeoTeoTeo, and they know for a fact that this is going to be the play, and they just took the biggest gamble, and now taking that huge lead. Well, actually just 2 points. A pistol round will do, but momentum swinging on the side of X10 Esports.
Really great, I would say, defense for X10. Very patient, knows how to take up the time, but let's see how it goes for X10 in terms of attack. Now, if you've seen the dynamic here, a lot of them goes through what Vera is able to do for the team. It's a lot of enabling, giving the support to Vera. And whenever you see a good round from Vera, it's just a great take, honestly, by X10, because they're able to take up that space and just really secure what Vera is able to offer to them. But for TeoTeoTeo, I'm not too sure what they can offer in terms of retakes, but we've seen Redla and Shiba and also Banaf, honestly, just great at those multi-frags. But let's see how it's going to go here. And exactly as I said it, Redla with the opening.
So solid and swift on those shots. It's just like fadeaway. Now you see me, now you don't. Just hiding by the corners in secret. And just like that, the rest of the members of X10 decides to split up. Tries to find a little bit more of that opening as they are eventually wrapping over on the corners of Art. Once again, will be a bot to detect them, so it's really down to Banaf, and just give them a little bit more space. There we go.
Completely undeterred. What bot doesn't matter. I'll still go back for it, but Brandon with the pincer gets go for 2. Pushes up. Spike in their control. Have to worry about Wayne, but have no clue where he is. How do we get the information where he's going to go? He does have his suspicions, though. Playing this corner, very nasty angle. There we go. That's how we do it.
And Brandon, such a monster on this Viper, and not only that, just individual skill alone of how swift he actually reacts to all these situations. And I think like that was basically the perfect position where he was holding out from, and didn't seem like the rest of X10 Esports had interest to actually go in for the check.
I think for X10, we've seen this happen a lot of times now, where they really take their time to really figure out a team. And then once they figured it out, it's a matter of whether or not the team can just counter-stract them or change the way they play. And for X10, I don't think they've really figured out how exactly to take the space away from TeoTeoTeo. Regardless, it's going to be Redla with the opening onto Redco. The aggression will be punished this time around. And Banaf gonna go for 2. One more time. Shots out, and Vera's so very low, but it's gonna be finding Temps instead. They were contesting the orbs. And TeoTeoTeo knows that this was exactly what X10 intends on doing. But look at this push here from Egoist on the mid side. Gets one more. It's going to be moving toward this area. A double doors. Dizzy for 2. They were so very low, and Dizzy just had to clean up house.
Yeah. The timing was quite immaculate as well. But can't really say the same with them. One member pushing out there. Well, of course, that already retrieved all the info that's necessary, and now we're back to even Stevens, 7 apiece. So it's just X10 Esports doubling down on everything that they have right now. And of course,
Don't give them ground.
just about enough for them to eventually go for a straight flush into B. The last they saw was just 2 members onto the side, and they'll expect this jet to be right
man,
over
Vera.
the corner, but they're getting shredded already. Thank goodness they do have the Sky to actually kill them up. But Shiba, she got one.
It's just nice sprays coming through here already. Kind of figuring out the aggression. Shiba does go down. 1 HP left. Ooh, the decay is just way too scary. Nano Swarms popped off here, and Banaf still trying to contest that space. A nice little push from Dizzy. Gets him 2 picks before stopped by Egoist. He can go for one more. Nah, not gonna happen. Banaf takes him out. Nice little upgrade to his gun as well. There's only one person to worry about. It's gonna be Temps. And for Temps, this is a very scary situation because remember, this is their bonus. And for Temps, hiding in the backside, they spotted him out already, and he goes down just like that.
Yeah, they charged in a little tad too swiftly as well. The moment that they put up all the highlights as well as all the shroud of smoke that they actually needed, but got to check some of all these corners. And with them just holding back over on the corner of halls was their demise. Just like that, you lose 3 members, and now all that form of control that they had in the first half seemed to be vanishing out of thin air. Of course, with that being said, they're all gonna go for Sheriffs this time around, and a little bit more proactive
No
moves
way they're
coming
doing
out.
this again. And they're coming forward. Look at where TeoTeoTeo are. They're just waiting for the utils to go down. Surprise! We were not there. Now you see me, now you don't. But Wayne will be the one caught out here. Yikes! And Brandon finds one more. This is mid-rotation.
Oh boy.
TeoTeoTeo understanding how this rotation's gonna go. Brandon out of his mind today. Again, Temps, final man standing. Looks the other way, wrong time. But Nav takes it home.
Almost a perfect round for the rest of TeoTeoTeo. Of course, other than Brandon falling out there. But man, that was the cleanest read that they've had throughout the course of these rounds that they've
I
had.
wouldn't say it isn't even a cleanest read, but it's more of like X10 doing the same thing again and being punished by them once again. And honestly, it's
happened.
just so unfortunate here, but TeoTeoTeo realizing that their aggressive plays are giving them a lot of value, and that's exactly what they're doing. And to them, what's not broken will not be fixed, and we'll do it again.
Yeah, and seems like X10 Esports, they're just going for a little bit more water spread, especially now with the Cascade being committed. They will have a little bit more of that breathing
Brandon.
room. And now we're getting into the hallways, and Farah still gets shredded by Brandon.
It's a nice little hold area. Brandon for 2 already. Temps stops him in the end of the day. Temps finds one more. Wants to take up that space. But Hall's completely in his control. And this time around, looks like it might be a very good round. They are still outnumbered. They do know that there might be... Yep, they do spot him out in heaven. They haven't been there quite yet. Ego is still holding down the line. I think he suspects this might be a rare red luck coming in through here from Link. Regardless, the flash comes out, and we do hear the pop of the Reckoning to come through.
This is going to be pretty difficult for them to hold as they're all being held within the side itself. 2 members coming in for a white flank, but there's not much time here that they can buy.
You can't see anything on this side. Look at how many things are there. Goes down, time not on their side, and Dizzy running for their life. I would say it's the cleanest round, but I would say that X10 wastes his time. That's exactly what they did.
Immaculate setups. And X10 Esports, some would actually expect them to at least have a member to hold over the back, but their idea was to really play right into the side itself. But with them actually attacking from so many different angles, it's just so overwhelming. Sure, they managed to catch one over Link as well as Spawn, but there was those 2 members out there that was posing a little bit more threat, but TeoTeoTeo, they still got a little bit more room to breathe out of that.
So see how exactly this is working here. The fact is they know that there's going to be a cascade to come through and they push behind. And what they've been doing here is putting that poison orb there, and exactly that decay takes them out, just spraying through. Just takes them out, just like that. And it's a beautiful counter strat, honestly. And by the time the cascade goes down, look at that Viper wall. Another decay just really foiled their plans.
He's gonna hold back for a little bit more longer. It seemed like they could just charge through, especially with what's been happening for the past couple of rounds of them holding into every single corner. Now with that form of high tide being popped out, as well as the lockdown now being up online.
They heard the turret break as well. They know there's a lurk somewhere there. You also see the flash come out, and you also see the high tide come through. Nice cove, gives them the space. It's planted open. You just need to hold that area, which is going to be long. You're not seeing a flank just yet. They do break the cove at the end of the day. They make sure that no stones are left untouched. They also have the Killjoy bot at the back.
Sticking it.
They are going to stick it. But look at the lineups. Lineup Larry, lineup Wayne, let's just call it like it is. And Vera for one more. Dizzy goes down. Wayne finds the last one. And Banaf, what are you gonna do? It's running out of time here with 3 different areas and elevations they have to push out. They get the flash, they get the blind. Redco just playing ring around the rosy. Gerko gets one, Banaf gets one in the trade. For 2 already. A nice little push out here from Redco. He switches up to the classic, but Redco does not want to be seen. Redco is running around for his life. Look at a little kuch koda here. He goes down, but dies to the spike. Is exactly what he would do. Look at him smile. He's having fun.
That's one way to actually get the job done. And man, this guy dancing so much that he deserves all the cash that's going to be thrown right at him by the end of the playoffs as well. Once they do make to the grand finals, of course.
I am so amused.
Definitely going to be part of the clips, right?
Oh yeah, production has to do that. It's the most, you know, have you guys seen Bollywood before? That's exactly how Kuch Kuch Kota Hai happened. Well, maybe I'm just showing my age at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good movie.
It was a good movie. And you know what else is a good movie? This spray right here from Thames. Redla is usually great for the opening, but unfortunately that high tide kind of took him out of the way. Oh, sorry, the cascade took him out of the way, actually.
True enough. Like, that just cuts his vision by a split second, and meanwhile, Wayne spots one running out, and that is going to be a great read overall. Whereas Vera takes over control. She was just hugging about a wall, and she still got him!
Oh my god, how does he do that? Redco does band-aid that in the end of the day. We also hear Viper's Pit popped out here. It's going to be branded. Sorry, Vayne. And look at how much space Redco is taking. He just commands his space. They know exactly where he's going to be. Thames with a jump shot. That's nasty. Nice little reposition. Clean round from X10. This time around, they make sure that they can get it clean.
Yeah, and that's also a lot of utilities being expended in this very round itself in order for them to have such an execution. So TeoTeoTeo's about to also reap a little bit more of what they could basically bring to the table, especially now with one more op away for Redla to eventually find perhaps a counter lockdown. Just zone them away with it. It's only going to be coming up with a half shield this time. But my, this is way far from over for TeoTeoTeo. They could still basically work things out here.
Blinded.
Nice flash come through. They have all the information they need. No clue how many though. That cascade's not allowing them to see. Just jump through as well with that flash, but it's going to be a trade. Vera for one, as well as Redla. They break the flash. They are getting flanked from the other side. Vera does get a nice little pick off at least, but not before his teammates go down. Free fires.
Closing in from the B sector as well. So that really forces them to eventually funnel back into A. At least for the time being, it is pretty much an opening that they can still utilize. 3 multitudes of possibilities.
Honestly, a
Still
tug
available.
of war from these two teams. It's like one pick and then the rest as well. But from the backside here, 3 is going to be the number running onto the site. And this time around, Wayne will be utilizing his Viper's Pit. And with the Seekers, at least it gives him a little bit of information. We also see the Reckoning as well. And the Reckoning is huge. It does displace Wayne inside of the smokes. Dizzy, huge. Finds Egoist. There's no more of his utilities to get him out. It's just Vera and Wayne. They have to play it very, very smart. He just pushes up here, Shiba for one more, but Vera gets him in the end, but enough for the finisher. And we are going back to a 10-10. Nice little equalizer between these two teams.
That's a crucial round for them as well. Going down to a 1 versus 1. Now, it's just going to be a little bit rougher on the edges where X10 Esports got to really dissect a better way to actually manage some of all these economy deficits that they're going through. I mean, currently Thames, he can afford a Bulldog if he wants to. And perhaps they want to take things a little bit more slowly, especially now with Dizzy. Sure, he has to place him up. Doesn't matter if he wants to make that purchase or not. Same goes to Retla. But all in all, both sides really brawling it out throughout the course of the second half. Such level of intensity.
It's very interesting for X10. I think they're a very execute or set play heavy team. And once TeoTeoTeo decided, like, okay, let's just go for picks. Let's just see what we can pick off here. And suddenly everything just falls apart. And this is where things get really interesting, because I always thought that it was going to be Dizzy that will be enabling the space for TeoTeoTeo. But if you look at today, it's been Retla and Banaf, honestly, in my opinion. Or Banaf and Retla just catching X10 in the mid rotates, catching them off guard. Great with those, I would say, first picks as well. And them understanding how exactly Redco as the IGL think is also another issue in itself, because we saw them contest for those orbs and they pushed up.
And this time around, it's a little bit of a bigger risk whenever they opt to do so, until they commit a little bit more utilities, especially now with the Cascade. One of it being utilized, but it still doesn't really hold.
That
push, and Wayne seeks up Brand.
That's huge, honestly. They were trying to pincer, and that's not what's happening. A flash to come through here. It gives a lot of space for Dizzy to move around. Jumps out here. Vera finds Retla, and Banaf does find Thames in the end. They do get the plans, and Vera, nice game sense. They know exactly where these players are going to be, but instead of holding the site itself, they decided to play off main. But look at how aggressive Vera is still. It's so hard for them to push onto the site. We also see Kasky come through, give them a little bit of breathing space as they move on here. But the problem is, how exactly are going to take up that space without getting shot through the smokes? We have Banaf coming in from Art, gives him a little bit of space. Just gonna flash out. Are they gonna push out? Not so gonna happen. Using it for information. The pop of the Nano Swarm as well as the Snake Bite is not giving them any space. A nice little crossfire to come through. Ego is for 3 and a clean round to come through. I'm not sure what they talked about in that timeout, but this is great for them.
Yeah, you just love it with that perfect setup that they had to really hold them all throughout, and just having no other options but to really push through this heavy firing squad of X10 Esports just lying in wait. Now only 2 more points to go for X10. TeoTeoTeo didn't manage to even have any window of opportunity to even utilize the lockdown in that first round, knowing that there's not even time to even proc the full ultimate, and it's a quick flush coming in.
Look at this aggressive push coming in here for TeoTeoTeo, but X10 read it and they were prepared for it. Waiting, just take them out of the area. Full control of the site, nice cope to come through. They're even preparing for the post plan already. And this is very fast. TeoTeoTeo unable to take back the space, unable to rotate on time. And this is where things get really sketchy. Taking back the space on B long is going to be a big issue. All they can do here is wait for the utilities to go down. But remember, look at Redco. He still has 1 more utility up. He can use it to his advantage. Retla coming in from the other side. But look at that. Blades are out, jumps through, but look at the pillar 2 is there. And Wayne trying to play the post plant, but the sprays come out here. Champs find 1. Can he go for 2? Not quite. Right click from Dizzy. Redco and Ego is for 1 more. What a hold.
And they just got in a whole grasp of it all the way through the backs. TeoTeoTeo, they just couldn't really find an answer, and now it's already match point. but at the very least, they have just about enough for them to work with to pull through back-to-back in order to get to that overtime. But at this current standpoint, it didn't seem like they've been able to deny the rest of X10 from really propelling up ahead, especially with that amount of speed that they've been executing on. Early cascades being popped up, and the rest of X10 they try to pull through, and it doesn't seem like the operator has been able to hit the mark. Some damage being done for Vera. That could be it.
Here comes the Reckoning as well. Displaces Vera out of the way, but regardless, they have to move out. Sprays come through. Shiba gets Vera out. Shiba for 2. Redco does trade back. Ego is for 1 more. X10 wants to make this definite. They also had kept the lockdown for this round as well. They want to make sure that they're able to fully tie all the loose ends. But look at that. They also have their own answer to it. Dizzy does find Egoist. In the end of the day, the defuse comes out. He looks like he's going to take it. Redco goes down. Wayne is still just waiting right now. He does get the stick. No, he doesn't. Dizzy, they get locked down. It's so hard to do anything. They're trying their best to just get there. Wayne is just waiting, buying time. He still has 1 more to worry about, but it's not enough. He can't do anything more than that. And we go another round.
Hi. And you saw them really clawing their way out, and there's just no way that they could basically push through that lockdown with them leaving unscathed. X10 Esports, they really have to be put into that submission position. And TeoTeoTeo, now with Shiba also having a reckoning to actually hold them back for slightly longer, they really need to find a way to get some essential picks. But for now, you just see immense focus out of both ends. They're just not going to be budging away from some of these positions that they're initially holding. Whereas X10, they're not switching up the plan. They're going to go at it again and again.
X10 has not changed the way they're playing. Just buying time. They're already inside of the site, but immediately sprays out. Nice little enable by his teammate. Gives him so much space to work with. The Reckoning does not deter him at all. All he has to do is just move out of the way. Temps as well, undeterred. Providing some cover fire with his teammate. They want to go for that double swing if they want to. Both teams going to get dogged out here at least. But the Cloudburst will at least give some space. A nice little shot to the face by Redla. Does he get 1 more is the question. Yes, he does. Great reaction time. They couldn't see anything just now. And again, Redco gets 1 more. Redla for 1 more. They're trying to go for the defuse. Ego is still holding, and Ego gets it in the end. This man is an unmovable mountain. 13-11, and X10 take the first map.
And that's the way to start the series right here with a brawl all the way to the end. And X10 Esports really have been able to put themselves ahead heading into the very final hour. They could have actually been anybody's to take, but man, the control and the form of momentum that they've been building, like you said, they've been taking rounds early on just to get those reads and eventually had it picture perfect.
I think it looks like for X10, it looks like their defensive rounds were their strength here. And I think it's also the fact that they were very, in my opinion, very one-dimensional when it comes to attacking. It was the same execute over and over again, but yet it's just micro changes that is coming through the team and just understanding how exactly TeoTeoTeo will react to the team. But let's have a look at the highlights here. And firstly, for me, the star of this entire game has to be, I wouldn't say there was a star, honestly, because if you look at X10, it feels like for each player and each team, they're all doing what they have to do. But for TeoTeoTeo, I was just literally saying this now that consistency is what they have, but I haven't seen that bump in improvement. But this game, especially on Pearl, which is X10's map, is showing that momentum bump, or rather the improvement bump that I really wanted to see. They're very proactive, very good at taking up space, and very aggressive, which kind of puts X10 at the edge of their seat and thinking, how exactly do we stop this rampage?
Yeah, and eventually they found really good answers out there, especially with Egoist really showing up so strong towards the early end of the first half. And then you had this valiant effort out of Thames that basically won them the round.
I think that for Thames, I think what's great about him is how he actually enables Vera here. And especially after you see a util come out, whether it be the Trailblazer, whether it be the Sneakers, whether it be the Guiding Light, we immediately see Vera react to that information. And once that information is relayed, we get to see Vera do the most insane pop-offs we've ever seen. Now, we also see the same from Dizzy, but it's honestly Redlaw in my eyes and Banaf that has just been so huge with their lurks. Sometimes we see those moments from Brandon as well, but I would say that if in this game in particular, Brandon is an unmovable controller, the mountain between X10 as well as the end of the game. Unfortunately, Egoist just came up on top.
Yeah, and he was just basically unflinching, and what we really saw with Ego is also putting immense effort towards the end of these rounds, where all we see out of X10 Esports, despite it being the same form of attacks into that B side, you saw all these micro decision making out of their positioning that has been the huge difference makers to give this real run for money for the rest of TeoTeoTeo, where they're just basically playing guessing game for most part as well. And just look at them go. Like, sure, the scores aside, Redlaw definitely was the start of the frags, but first, Vera being supplemented with Thames all together, they really made it work so well.
I think that for X10, what's been great is more of like understanding their roles. And I think for Redco itself, I think he's put this himself as the role as for post-plant, for that defuse situation, because he holds on to 2 of his utils until the end of the day. And I think this is what's great about them compared to TeoTeoTeo. It felt like they were kind of forcing each round. Regardless, it does work out, it's very close, but Vera will be our MVP. But personally, for me, if I could choose the MVP, I would put it as Redco.
Yeah, Ritko with so many great utility usage, and they were basically round-saving utilities that we saw out of not only the Cove, and then he just doubles down with High Tide. If he has a Cascade, he'll probably throw both of them as well.
Yeah, I think for Vera, what's great is the fact that, you know, I was just talking to production earlier about how Vera as a duelist, I think that for a duelist now, rather, is their job is to take up space, and it's enabled by the duelist. As long as he takes up space, he's done his job. But I think Vera goes a little bit more beyond here, because his survivability is the reason why his team is able to not only take up space, but also win the rounds. He takes out more than just 1 kill. His multi-frags potential are huge, and the follow-up from his team is also really great as well. You can see that the team dynamics is just so good, and I'm liking the fact that how X10 is finally bringing in a more loose kind of gameplay into the game, and looks so good on them. Regardless, we are going to go take a quick break before we go into map number 2. So don't go anywhere. Let's see who brings us home, TeoTeoTeo or X10.
Wagwan, I'm Rico and I'm from X10 Esports. A little bit of myself is that I play flex for my team, meaning I play all the flash initiators. We have good vibes in the team. Most of our personalities are like clowns, and most of us just laugh almost every single round during scrims. So as you all know, I was the IGL in Louvre, and now I'm the IGL in X10. Our recent IGL got benched, and I was told that I became the IGL of X10 by Thames and Vera. I'm actually excited for this opportunity because I get to bring a whole new dynamic to the team, and I could combine my playstyle with theirs, which will make it a lot more interesting for you guys to see. So everyone knows X10 as the Masters winner, and us representing them would mean that there's a lot of pressure built on us. And that's one thing that I'm excited about, to actually show the world what we can do. So a little funny story about X10 is that I used to trash talk them in the previous segment. I said that they'll lose to us the 11th time, but I actually lost to them. And to prevent the 12th time from losing to them, I kind of joined them. You know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them? That's me. As an IGL myself, I don't have expectations for the team, because I feel like having expectations would mean that you put a lot of stress on yourself. I just want my team to do their best and actually do what we practice in scrims. That's good enough for me. Kizuna, you guys think taking 2 players from Alvia will help you guys win something? Don't forget Bryce, that I know your every move. I know how you cook. Shinsei, I know how you entry. I'll be in your heads when you guys are playing against us. Good luck with that, man.
Hi, I'm Wayne and I play the controller role for X10 Esports. Fun fact about Redco is that I used to play for his team for one LAN tournament, and I played the worst threes of my life, dropping single digits on both maps. And after that, I got dropped from his team. So now, being given the second chance to play for X10 Esports alongside with Redco, I hope to not disappoint him again. Fun fact about Egoist is that I used to watch him play professionally during the early stages of the VALORANT Pro scene, and now being given the chance to play with him on X10 feels like a dream come true. I would like to be remembered for being the Marco of the MYSG region, a controller whom my team can rely on to win their gunfights.
Hi, my name is Javier. My IGN is Egoist and I play the Sentinel role for X10 Esports. I feel that Rain is a very good duelist player from the few times I've met him in ranked. And I think that him transitioning from the duelist role to the smoker role, he'll be as good as DRX Marco. I would describe the team as a bunch of noobs because they always leave me alone at the other side on defense. And on attack, they will also always leave me alone and they will only tell me to join them when they need me. And thus, I feel very lonely.
Hi, I'm Vera from X10 and I play the duelist role.
One fun fact about Thames is that he's the noisiest in the team and always says random stuff. However, he's also the one that enlightens us when in every scrim and tournaments we play, when the mood is down. In a critical moment, I shut off my brain and focus fully on aiming.
Hi, my name is Thames and I'm playing the initiator role for X10 Esports. When Vera turns on autopilots, either he dies or everybody else dies. I would say the most played team would be Kizuna because they have the Gordon Ramsay of Singapore, Bryce.
Looking for one more. He knows exactly where G is with G. He has to stick it. Oh! Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Reason.
The side beside the one more.
Oh!
Scary.
But San don't care. San wants more.
Oh, it's walking a two step. Vera picking up 3.
Welcome back on board, agents, and you are currently watching VALORANT Challengers Malaysian Singapore Split 2. Here with me is Tash Bunny, and my name is Contra. And man, that was quite the banger to actually kick things off. And they really went on a goose chase throughout the course of the battle. And my TeoTeoTeo was just inches away, but X10 was just a little better when it comes down to Pearl.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to that match, I think what TeoTeoTeo wanted to do was to force those, I would say, those skirmishes to come through, take them out and not allow them to do the set plays. But S10 finally figured out in the end. Close enough though, 11-13. But let's go into map number 2, which is Ascent. Now this is a very, very defender-heavy map. And it's all about that mid-side control personally, whether it be from mid toward tree or mid toward pizza. It's going to be very, very hard to try to figure out how exactly to get these picks.
Yeah, and we just love seeing these two teams actually duke it all out in the Ascent because we know Shiba to be really good at Sova, and this is that perfect playground for Sova to really come up with the lineups as well as those Hunter Fury for counters and such, which is why you see both sides actually set up with the typical Killjoy as well as Sova. As a matter of fact, it was pretty much a mirror matchup coming from both ends.
It is a mirror matchup, and it's very important to have these, I would say, duelists. We can already expect Redla and Egoist going for the lurk. Wayne as well as Brandon for the controllers. I think that for Wayne, because of his, I would say, history as a duelist before this, we might be seeing a very aggressive sort of play, which I'm really hoping to see. We saw that happen on Bleed on last year when we saw Maxi on the duelist, on the controller for Omen. So hoping to see the same thing. Regardless, we've seen how phenomenal Banaf was earlier on this guy as initiator. Let's see what Redco can bring to the table as the, I would say, the KO. Now, remember, defender-heavy map once again, and all walls are paper on this particular map. And remember, Shiba as well is a very long time Sova. We've seen what he can bring to the table. Let's see, between these Sovas, which one will be diffed?
Yeah, and I'm going back to the point where we would talk about Redco and how well he also plays KO for so many times into Ascend, and you may just actually see some of these rounds where he plays a little bit more cheekily with those pop flashes out onto whichever side that's going to be set up. And that could just be a huge windfall from the get-go if done correctly.
Yeah, and I think the fragment as well, just to zone up space, is going to be really good. Now, we know that getting onto B side can be annoying, but if done right, especially with the updraft toward the top side and getting those picks early, can be huge. Now, coming into why Sova is such a, I would say, very, very core part of this map is because of the hard intel he can get. Clears out so many different areas, and it's actually so great for them to use. Now, in this situation here, we saw a lot, I mean, a lot of times that we watch this map, it's a lot of fights toward mid-side, catwalk. I'm wondering if there is going to be a change for that.
Yeah, perhaps it really depends on the tempo that they really want to play on when they actually go for maybe a direct take. I mean, we've seen some of all these successful attempts just charging right through A, where you expect it to be fully manned, and then of course, some of all these other dudes were like, oh, we got to take care of mid, we got to take care of a B, we got to stack up. And I think like for some of all these rounds that I've also seen coming out of X10 Esports as well, that is also part of the play that they would rather just have perhaps a full stack at first, and then they don't mind going for those retakes so long as maybe you have one Cypher camera set up somewhere.
Yeah, but we're not seeing a Cypher on this map. Maybe we might be seeing a different sort of set play. I think the lurks are going to be the game changers here. Who can catch who off guard? Especially as we've seen before, Egoist and Redla have been just so good and just so proactive at getting that mid control. And the timing for their lurks has just been phenomenal. Let's see whose timing is better. And I think that for Kizuna, I mean, for X10 against Kizuna the other day, it felt like for Redco, he was trying to figure out a timing for Bryce. And that was potentially their downfall because sometimes Bryce didn't even lurk. So let's see if there has been a change in how exactly he wants to approach this idea of a lurk here. Regardless for TeoTeoTeo, the idea of them just forcing these skirmishes and taking X10 out of the way, not allowing set plays, would be huge.
Yeah. When you're talking about lurks, the man's already at work. Ego has got some of all these setups across B. A little bit of challenge up close and personal that Brandon will fall all the way back into the generators instead. And ring-a-robbing with exchange.
This is a very quick push onto A. Dizzy finds one more. Redco as well will trade out. Egoist, nice little upgrade, 1 versus 2. We've seen Egoist clutch before, but in this situation, not gonna happen. Shiba says, I'm back in the scene, and I am going to show you for that.
Absolutely shreds them all off with those frenzies. And now TeoTeoTeo get the first pointer out there. Of course, the rest of X10 Esports, they just want it to be swift and precise. But of course, that was a little bit more overwhelming, especially with Egoist joining a tad later from the corners of tree early on. So now, gonna switch things a little bit to see if they could basically cut right through. Same way. Oh boy, that was swift.
What a shot with that pop and swing. Naf forced to move out of the way, and this is very reminiscent to EMEA, honestly, when you think about it. Doesn't matter what weapon you put in your hand, thrifty or not, give a man a sheriff with good aim, pops ahead, take him out of the way. But in this situation, Egoist has not moved quite yet, and I'm really liking the fact that they are very aware that pushes can come in from both areas. Not allowing this lurks to happen may just be the key for them to win this round. Without Brandon, this is going to be a little bit of an issue, no? Because they don't have smokes anymore. They can't hold the site.
Yeah, it really relies on Dizzy to... Well, not Dizzy, but Vera. I spoke with this devil of a guy, and they both just collapse right there.
But look at this swing from Redla. Gets 3, in fact. That is nasty. I need 10 showers to deal with this, and Shiba gets out of the way. And that's a force buy, honestly, from Shiba as well. They want to try and snowball as many rounds as they can. That is a very high-risk play, and it just shows confidence, in my opinion, for TeoTeoTeo. Because in round number 2, you don't want to risk these Vandal buys early, because number 1, you are going to be so broke in round number 3. And number 2, you're not going to afford a shield. So confidence speaks very loudly, and TeoTeoTeo showing us that there's a reason why Ascent is their pick.
Yeah, and Redla has got such a huge collateral out of that. He's probably going to be brimming with a lot more confidence to pull off heroics like that.
Look at this push! So aggressive! And X10 punishes them for that. They understand that they need to play a little bit more aggressive because they don't necessarily have the guns. But this time around, full control. Pizza run through here. Wayne finds one more. Nice little pincer from Market all the way till main. And Ego is still holding on the flank. Finds Banaf in the mid-rotation. A good round to take away. And they're trying to make sure they can bring all the guns as they move into round number 4.
Yeah, Brandon's just gotta see if he could actually get this gun into the next if he could. But I'm pretty sure that there's a little bit of a hunting party coming after him. Gonna still have a couple of utilities. And
surprise!
Perhaps this might just end it all up. Vera goes in to secure the flawless.
This is a good mindset. We talk about confidence for TeoTeoTeo, and now let's talk about the confidence of X10. They were already anticipating an aggressive push from TeoTeoTeo from mid. You saw the util come out, they immediately reacted, they pushed out, and they punished. So for X10, didn't lose a single gun in that round. But this is where the equalizer comes through. Brandon is the only one with the light shield, but look at Shiba. We've seen this man with the Odin. It's nasty.
Yeah, especially in these early rounds where it could just catch them all off guard. Oh, it's a little bit more of a proactive move coming in from Redlove. During that Odin, he's really got to back off of that situation, but instead he trades back against him.
Pushes out! Does not care at all about the utils. Takes up so much space and finds one. They already know there's no one coming in, at least from CT side. Egoist as well finds Brandon once again, the same spot as he found him earlier. X10 reading and just marking at this point. And now it's just down to Banaf onto A side. They hear all the footsteps, finds one. Can he fight two? Yes, he does. Banaf has been great with his multi-frags. Suppress as well to come through. Just waiting for his teammates to come out. And nice shock dart from Shiba as well. Denying the plant. With 50 seconds to go, suddenly Equus is all alone. He's on the site, but they have no clue where he is. They hear the plant come out. They're just waiting for the right time to just swing out. Because Egoist, they don't want to underestimate him. Nice little turret to catch him out of the way. They hear shots. They know exactly where he is. Reposition and surprise out in the open. He goes two! But Shiba gets him in the end. Too close for comfort, honestly.
And look at that. One more bullet would have done the trick. Shiba brought down to 30. Still a great attempt out of Egoist out there. But that will be denied by the end of it all by Shiba. And that damage output now will leave a couple of members here with half shields, of course. And finally, we do see a first limit online for Egoist. Well, when you can actually catch so many per round, like, you could just really set your team up for success, of course. X10 Esports, they just actually solidified their hold onto this sector here before cutting right into the main. First and foremost, of course, gotta do diligence with the outgrown checks.
You should run.
Look at the lockdown come through just to clear out the site. They can break it, but they're all gonna be supplementing it with the null command. TeoTeoTeo has no choice but to respect. Holding down the line, and Vera already taking out all that space. He pushes all the way to the other side, and they punish him for that. Nice read, honestly, just spraying through the smoke. Look at the plant, but look at how low Temps is.
At least he does have a little bit more ground to work with for the time being, with the rest covering the ground, but Dizzy so again a little bit of a down swim, and he's trying to cut his way across, but Reiko absolutely prepared to take on Retla. 41 HP, but he can actually find more.
Look at this lurk, it's so huge, just have to be the right timing to come out. He gets one, gets three! What a lurk from Egoist! Give this man a medal and put on Smoke Criminal on there.
He may not have sealed the previous round, but now he does it for the rest of X10. In the perfect moment as well. This guy is just working so hard, and he just knew where exactly they're gonna cut across, and none of them are even looking through Shroud Smokes.
I'll find them.
I was so concerned. I was so worried that Shiba would be seeing him as he was to the right of him, but my god, timing. Just so huge here for this man. A recon just to clear out the mid area as well as the knife to deny anyone inside of Market. And with that information from Temps, they can go aggressive if they want to, and immediately gets punished for the aggressive push. Immediately one more there. They also have full control of market. Redlaw with the one tap, 8 HP, all he has in his hands. Not gonna go for more. This is a very clean round. They understand that it's a thrifty, but they also understand that the players of TeoTeoTeo are extremely sharp shooters.
And Benav's only got a shorty as well. Well, if you can get a catch on to Egoist, I think like that's as much as value it could basically bring to the table at the moment. And with that Vandal, perhaps he could work the magic if he could just borrow it for a split second. Heard the footsteps, alerts Egoist, and now he's just gonna slowly trill him on. And Thames.
Oh, they are gonna. They're just gonna try and pincer him. And Benaf running forward, tries to go for the hole. He's just getting whittled down here, switches out the weapon, but thankfully Wayne was in the backside. A little bit of dance fever. Never hurt anyone.
Well, unless he stepped on some toes, and this time I'm not gonna get anywhere close to it with that shorty. So X10 Esports finds their way back to get it into a tie on the 6th round. Late Storm now online for Vera. Can save it for the next round as there's still plenty of creds to work with. TeoTeoTeo don't really have to force the issue, especially with so many of these elements available that they could utilize for those post-point. Whereas
nice little pop flash to come out as well, and Redlaw finds Egoist in a day. Read him like a book finally, but the Hunter's Fury from Shiba will just deny them a little bit of space. And suddenly it's all quiet, and the denial of information is keeping TeoTeoTeo on their toes. I think TeoTeoTeo is finally realizing that them giving X10 information so early has been very detrimental to them. So what I've been doing is just holding this time around and not trying to push too hard. Suddenly as well, but you see X10 as well denying that information. They went there, they put so many utils, and on top of that, they baited out the Hunter's Fury from Shiba.
yeah. And Redla still looking around. Redla immediately gets the headshot! Are you kidding me? Vera didn't have any form of chance right there and then.
Wayne immediately reacting to that information, sprays out, finds Redla in the end. Nice little fake TP. Not sure where exactly Wayne has disappeared to, but he's still quite there. They still haven't taken the spike quite yet. They're still trying to go for a default.
30
Our
seconds
X10,
left.
understanding that whittling down the utils is going to be phenomenal, but Benaf
One enemy
really
remaining.
reacts, and one more for Shiba. Still one more Temps. So 1v3. Tall order for him to take. And this round goes back to TeoTeoTeo. And I'm honestly still very surprised at how well X10 is handling the attack side of this map, regardless of how defender side of this map can be.
True enough. Though in that past round, we just see them taking a little longer to be able to get a firmer entry, especially not really having too much of control over onto mid as well. One after another, really just being knocked down like dominoes.
Don't overthink it. That's my
And we saw early commitment out of the members of TeoTeoTeo to also pull a Hunter's Fury. This time, they're playing a lot more aggressively, and Thames actually brings value back, but being dropped down to 12 health. Rivera has got that bird's eye view, whereas the rest of TeoTeoTeo, the moment that they step right into the picture, they're just depleted.
It's just so huge. This change in pace is just doing so well for X10. Temps with only 12 HP, but it doesn't really matter. Their first objective is done, and that is to get the spike down. Immediately, they're still holding the line. They got a double swing or a double push here in the front, so they can't trade off of each other. Smokes are out. Wayne this time around waiting inside the smoke. Before, it was Egoist, and now they are going to be changing it out. Mife does not get anyone, and for TeoTeoTeo, they can decide whether or not they want to save, and looks like it's going to be the case. And for Benaf, he has a lot of time just to play a little bit of Dance Fever, and Redco finds him in the end, and Benaf says, yep, I am not going to push the issue. I'm going to wait in this corner. Hold my gun out. Unfortunately, I can't play Dance Fever. Did you get the bundle? Did you get the bundle?
I was thinking about it. And
Oh, you guys should get the bundle. Get the purple one and then get the orange one.
I saw you were posting about, you know, like, getting a new operator and stuff.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
It's also very distracting. As a Killjoy player, where no one comes to my side, it's great. Killjoy and Cypher players should get it.
Then you gotta find ways to bring more value out of that skin.
Yeah. Just wait in the corner, get the information out. But let's talk a little bit about what we can expect here from TeoTeoTeo and X10. I think for X10, their game has always been about conditioning. And I think that between X10 and Kizuna, I think X10 got conditioned. And I don't know what they talked about over the weekend after that match, but it looks like they're really understanding that instead of being conditioned, let us play the conditioning game. And Redla still holding a flash to come through, immediately has to get out of the way, but Redla still gets Vera! How on earth did he do that?
I saw he was just hopping downwards and he still landed his shot with the Sheriff. 12 HP left and Shiba.
The Bucky play!
Couldn't actually find it.
Spike down B.
An Egoist. That's a Vandal pick. So 1v1, he's so very low. Battle of the low HP! Killjoys! And it's gonna be Egoist that comes out on top. 4K in the bag. I'm not sure what exactly he eats for breakfast, but his multi-frags and clutch potential is so high. I have decided I want him to cook.
I want some of that.
Yeah, me too.
Like, you know, some of the members in those past seasons have worked with him say, like, this guy can cook, and look at this guy.
12-4. Are you kidding me?
me?
Are you kidding me right now? Ego is just saying, this is my playground. You can't outlurk me. His timings has just been phenomenal in this game. I'm not sure how exactly the information is passed around, but the reaction time is huge.
He's just basically setting up a titanium wall, and this guy has got no fear, even with him being tagged out with the drone. Sure, having a little bit of backup coming in from Shiba does prove to be pretty handy. Whereas, we're on towards the market side, though. Two members lying in wait, and really, it's down to Benev to really hold him out. But Retla also supplementing this position as well. Perhaps they could eventually halt the rest of X10.
Both teams putting the lockdown together, but we also see a Hunter's Fury just to really take it out of the way. Vera gonna fight Retla as well, but look at where Dizzy is, coming all the way to the backside. No detainment happening. The damage coming through here. Shiba just stuck between a rock and a hard spot. Sprays out Vera, finds Banaf. Big, huge. Without his suppress, gonna be a little bit of a problem here as Vera just making sure to clear every single corner. But doesn't really matter, and Shiba's just a little bit faster on that first contact.
And now, just getting all of that intelligence into the side. Already got Wayne tagged up, and he knows for a fact that there's one more waiting in the wings. Thames needs to be cleared out before anything else, and yes, they do find him in return. Dizzy didn't really have enough. Now down to Shiba.
Wayne tried to hold on the line, but Shiba's already got 3. 1 versus 2. Seen Shiba do some miracle plays, but without information, it's gonna be really hard. He knows exactly where Ego is at least, but no clue where the other one is. But a pop and swing by Ego is that is nasty. Ew. Man, what a round.
Yeah, and just look at how he just pops out there, Spike. A couple attempts of Shiba trying to bait him out, like, he's like, yeah, I know what you're trying to do, my friend. Like, I'm not gonna be fooled at all. And X10 Esports, this time, just like how they did back in Pearl, they are a tad more of a late bloomer, I would say, but they eventually boom into, you know, beautiful gardens. Well, at least that's given a good analogy to begin with. I'll take that back.
No information at all relayed. Flash as well denies them the full control of the area. Great set play by X10 just to take up that space and hold it. In the lead on attack as well. Looking so good and just reading through how TeoTeoTeo is playing on defense, and TeoTeoTeo have no clue how to stop this aggression. Now command at least, but it's with Shiba that finds Redco. But we all know that he can get the revive, no problem at all. Guis finds Brandon in the end of the day. Clearing out Wine at the same time, making sure no one is there, and Vera as well. Finding the full area of Garden. Spots out 2 at least on one side, goes pets 1, but Dizzy with the headshot onto Vera. So guys still trade of the area.
Spike planted.
But it's gonna be really hard to get that retake. But look at where the other member of X10 is. This is a very long rotate and a very long hold onto mid side here.
Yeah, he's really taking his sweet time, and I think like he's already gotten a clear idea of how to eventually regroup at the end of it.
Oh, Dizzy! My God, that's nasty! They played Pop Goes the Weasel with the pop flash as well as the pop up by Wayne. Oh my God. Probably had the heart attack of his life.
Last round in
Man's got the right ideas, and we give him that. But my
I haven't seen that kind of play since Elmi Moore a few weeks ago on VCT
Moore?
Pacific.
Yeah.
That was nasty. How he just played the little ramps, waits for the waits for the flash and just jumps out. Hard to see that little tiny elevation.
I'm pretty sure that Dizzy just got jolted out of that as well.
They all say that it's called VALORANT, it's called HorrorRant, and that's exactly what he saw.
That's right. And definitely will be a lot more horror for them if they drop another point, and it's going to be a little harder to chase on the second half. So, got to make do with whatever they have. But hey, already securing 4 points is still salvageable nonetheless. This time, Hunter's Fury, mind me, hit it very early on from Shiba. Not much damage being done in return.
Not a big fan of that, honestly. A little bit too early. I know he was trying to get some early picks, but such a... I would say it's a very low percentage situation to get a pick, and barely got any tags as well. But the recon does show off where he's gonna be. Also here, TP to come through. Vera once again playing the same thing over and over again, and it works out so good. Finds Redla, Redco find another one. Vera, again, if you enable him, he plays so very well. Nice spray into the smoke. Finds Shiba. Finds 4. No A's, but doesn't really matter when it's a flawless 4-8.
Oh boy, you just love to see all the moves coming out of Vera. And Redla this time, he was holding on to a much more open position as well. This time, after that pick, he just went swinging at him. But the setups were also pretty beautiful, I would say, coming out of the rest of the members. And perhaps, you know, Shiva, they have actually used it all too early with the Hunter's Fury. Not that it's going to stop Vera moving into the side anyways, but yeah, maybe a little bit of that difference maker to be put into that round itself. Not going to hold that to him though.
4-8 as we go into the second half. A nice little aggressive play to come through. Redla taking a little bit of damage. Nothing too serious here. Doesn't really matter whether or not he's low, just needs to get ahead. Nice recon to come out, nice flash as well, but gonna be traded out. All the information is enough for them to use, and Banaf gets one more. The rotations aren't quick enough for the other members of X10, and they immediately get to the site here, so it's a 2 versus 4. We have seen miracles happen, but is this a tall order? They take up full area of heaven.
Yeah, this definitely does look to be very, very difficult now. Brandon has already left Egoist to be the final member remaining and make that none. This will be at least the saving grace for now. TeoTeoTeo, 5 points. And of course, making it entirely possible on the second half.
Shiba now at 13 and 8. We talk about how Redla is the lurker. Shiba has just been so good at house cleaning, at least in the first half. It's a good pistol round for TeoTeoTeo. They want to try and get both if they can. A 3-round deficit, it might be what they need just to give them a little bit of a momentum boost. But if you see in terms of buys here, you can see Redla already buying that Bulldog. We see another force buy as well from Shiba earlier. This is exactly what they did in the first half. And on attack, I think this would be something that's really, really much needed. But TeoTeoTeo this time around, playing very different, not as aggressive, even with the gun differential. You don't want to get popped in the heads, and Egoist immediately pushes out here. They immediately find one, and as he reloads, Temps finds him down.
Down B. They know they've already got a member with the spike. Of course, there's still more members of TeoTeoTeo cutting right through, but this guy's gonna work through it all alone though. The rest of X10, they're still at A.
They're not moving quite yet, because in terms of how TeoTeoTeo plays, they're never really a team that fully commits. It's hard to really pinpoint where he's gonna play. And Temps holding on this side. Surprise! Straight to the face, goes down. Free B site in their pocket, and Banaf will be pushing forward. Yeah, it still has a lot of... Yeah, Dizzy is waiting. Look at that. Nice little cross to come through. Gets 1, gets 2. Can he get 3 is the question. No, it's gonna be Banaf cleaning it up in the end.
I thought they will be a lot more prepared out of that, but first, still weapons advantage in favor of TeoTeoTeo as well. Slowly closing it back in. I guess they really try to have a firmer grasp onto the side itself, but that didn't really cut it though. Only having one member to really hold out on B. And I think now X10 can finally get to play this to their advantage.
X10 does take a while to really figure out the Rubik's Cube that is TeoTeoTeo. Saw that happen in the first half. Let's see if it happens in the second. Melee just comes through, chunks one down. Brendan, first contact huge onto Wayne. Remember, this is the bonus for X10, and losing that one gun is detrimental. They get a little upgrade there. Vera finds one, but will be traded out by Dizzy. Nice little cross coming through. Exactly what you want to do. Redco playing with his utils, gets one. He knows there's more. Nice little position, spots out Redla, playing the little corner, waiting for his teammates to actually have a crossfire with him. But they don't know there's someone inside of the smoke. Redco good for one more. Brandon gets one as well. It's 3 in the pocket for him. And Egoist once again last man standing in a 1 versus 2.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Redco in such a difficult position. At least gets trade down. How Egoists have done this before. Now he has to do it again. Spots one out.
So very low.
Clear the generators though.
Smokes as well. It's so hard for him to play. It is a deeper smoke. It does give him a little bit of a space, but all they had to do was just play in contact. And Brandon, nasty shot. 4.
Got the barrel sticking out.
But I have to say that losing this bonus is rough for X10. They weren't able to get that, I would say, that aggressive play that they wanted to get in the earlier rounds. And again, TeoTeoTeo this time is on the attack.
Absolutely agree, and they have saved so much creds out of doing so as well. TeoTeoTeo does have from the shadows to also they're ring around the rosy with the rest of X10 Esports. This time they hunker down onto B, and instead Thames finds the head of Dizzy so swiftly.
My God!
360 to actually shred him off.
That was so aggressive. They weren't able to get value out of that. Unfortunately, Egoist just get caught out in the corner. There was no crossfire with his teammates. It was so hard for them to do anything. There is still 3 players playing, but this gun differential, they need to land their shots. 25 HP left for Brandon. That's all he has to play with. They still clear on the corner with the fragment. Nanoswarms as well, just to buy some time. What they want to do here is just move with that flash. Comes out there, sprays out, but Nav gets 1, but Nav gets 3. But it's a very expensive round, and X10 takes it back.
Yeah, and they were so well prepared for this as well. They just let them cut right through, and Wayne eventually strikes the moment that both of them have their eyes all locked through the runway. Now, X10 find themselves at least 2 points up ahead, of course. And that was beautifully done on that Thrifty as well. And Vera bringing the operator into the scene. And he only needs to get 1 shot right, and he could also dance around with his Blade Storm.
But look at economy though. X10 does not have full shields. Everyone's just on half. 2 ultimates for the set of TeoTeoTeo. They can do a set play if they want to. Immediately, they know it's going to be a mid-side area hold by the sounds of the operator. They know exactly where Vera is, at least. They know where not to peek, where not to go. But look at how the hold here coming in from X10. Look at how many utilities are from main. The idea is they want to take out this area from mid-side, but Vera, it's very rare that he whiffs the shot, and I don't know if they want to actually challenge this. And Dizzy playing the side of Catwalk, they smoked out the area, at least takes Vera out of the way, but look at Vera had already repositioned.
Yeah, and we're also looking at very great discipline of the whole coming out of the rest of X10 Esports as well. Wayne has never really left line.
Oh, that's all he needs! Melee takes Shiba out. And he gets Dizzy as well. A nice little reposition. They go get inside the side. Redco holding main. Still 1 more. Vera for 3. Great set play from X10. Rating them like a book.
That was just perfect. X10 Esports, they just got it all under control. They just have to eventually congregate them and the rest of TeoTeoTeo. just gets overwhelmed like that. Now, that itself extends all these pointers out there for X10 Esports. TeoTeoTeo starting to see a signs of struggle. Busy.
Oh, this is huge.
Just gotta wait for it.
Yeah, they're not allowing at all Vera to be taken out of the way. Unfortunately, that does whiff. Gets out by the skin of his teeth. His team is not able to get any value out of that. Vera, great recovery, finds Retla. But look at this shorty play. Brandon for 2. Redco finds 2 as well. Nice little pop flash to come through. He's gonna try and swing in with his teammates. No one there just yet. They're just gonna move out of the way and just play retakes.
Yeah, they got ample of time to re-strategize this as well.
Spike planted.
Especially with Redco having one more flash to work with. You really need Wayne to be able to get a good paranoia off. And that should just be it. But Shiba! Here is stripped down too. And once again, it's an egoist solo show. And this is just not going to be him showing up with Banaf in control.
Oh man, it looked so good in the start of that round for X10. Just suddenly, the nice recovery from Shiba. Getting those picks was just so good. Just swings back everything in their favor. And we always talk about multi-frags, but we don't even talk, I want to talk more about the impact of what they can get from these multi-frags. When you have a player that's just so good at their flicks, so good at getting those multi-frags in 1v2, 1v3 situation. But Nav and Shiba has been phenomenal for that. And this time around, it's going to be an Odin once again. And we all know how annoying it is to deal with this Odin. And that's exactly what Tem's supposed to do.
Yeah, but it didn't really seem to actually leave the rest of TeoTeoTeo running all around. And as a matter of fact, they're actually going in for a heavy committal, but Egoists have got this all under control, taking out Brandon. First member deleted.
One suppressed.
Still not really all too clear cut for the rest of TeoTeoTeo. They've had a little bit of change of plans, but doesn't seem like they've been able to cut across A main smoothly with Wayne as well as Redco on guard.
Yeah, nice little position from Wayne. Did what they had to do. 2 already picked off from TeoTeoTeo. It's going to be really hard for them to just really take that space. Nice little pop flash, swings out, gets 2, Banaf gets 1.
Spike down A.
I have to say that Banaf, despite all odds against him, not in his favor, he still always is still good for 1. What on earth is going on here?
He's playing with him.
30 seconds left.
Oh man, no flashes, no problem. I'll just use my gun, try and bait out those shots. But Dizzy doesn't want to play this game. He's just like moving out of the way.
Yeah. Don't want to deal with this spooky man just hiding in corners. And look at Temps as well. He's preparing himself with a little bit of dart.
No.
Wayne eventually will be able to seal the deal after first toying around with him for a tad longer.
Man. X10 just really showing what they can bring to the table. But the situation here for TeoTeoTeo, it's so hard for them to break through the defenses of X10. And look at how many ultimates X10 has. They're just
everything.
They're hoarding it like coins in a piggy bank.
I didn't feel like they actually need to expand it in any given moment. And how sharp they've been able to execute so far on this defensive half of theirs. X10 Esports, they just gotta run it all the way back. And the only switch up that they brought to the table this time around is to have both of the guys that were watching across wine as well as main to be holding out the tree instead. Oh, the recon actually gets a little bit of read. They're just holding down the site, and they're not having any form of plans to even be peeking out of mid or so. But it's a little bit more of that free access that TeoTeoTeo will get, but that's also what X10 allows them to.
Look at this cross coming through. Immediately just fresh out Redco from the other side as well, but Banaf with the recovery gets 2 instead. Vera still holding, has to move out of the way, has to respect that flash. Look at where Redla is. Nice little pop, but Temps with the Odin wins it in the end. Banaf already on the site. They have no clue that he's there. They hear the footsteps, comes up on the top side here, jumps out with the shorty. Vera, that was nasty.
Man, curse. Vera did land a final blow, but that artillery setup, it's like sentries on each respective corner, and they just got mowed down. Man, I'm not too sure who paid these gardeners, but they really do a really good job by the quarter tree.
Honestly, that was a good read, is number one. And number two, them denying that information from TeoTeoTeo just made them really question where exactly are we going to try entry? What can we do here to get onto the site? With 2 at tree, it's just a good read, honestly, by the team. And this time around, X10 with that one way will try to go a little bit more aggressive. Buy some time with the fragment as well.
This being match point, TeoTeoTeo really have to put pedal to the metal, and this he does find value out of Redco. Brandon almost.
2 HP.
There you go, Thames.
Oh man, this man with the Odin, do not mess with this guy. So aggressive. They do get the break on the door as well. Ego is playing the corner. I think they are suspecting that it might be Redla so close by. Lockdown comes through. Redla still holding down the line. Don't know if they actually spot him out. He does. Fortunately, not able to even get close to the lockdown. And Banaf trying to play a little bit more aggressive, wants to push up. They have to go aggressive. They have to push out of the way. Immediately gets one before going down. And Vera with the op finds one more. Hello, my friend, I say. Just gonna catch him with the Odin. And it's a nice little defuse coming out of the way. And that's it. 13-8. X10 taking it 2-0.
And they ended off with style as well. Banav could not do anything at all in that sticky situation, literally being locked out from the final round. And that's 2 in a row. X10 Esports with quite the domination, but it was really great showing on the very first half. And then we start to see TeoTeoTeo lose a lot more steam on this attacking side. What do you think is the main cause of the issue?
I mean, personally, when you look at Ascent, as I said before, it is a very defense-heavy map. And the idea here is for TeoTeoTeo to get as many rounds as they can on defense. But X10 was not allowing it, and they were really pushing through their defensive. And I think that for X10, they read the tutorial book. They understand how TeoTeoTeo takes up space, holds their space, and punishes TeoTeoTeo for their very aggressive plays. And if you remembered, as we move into the second half, it was 6 or 7 before they moved to the second half. And it was really hard for TeoTeoTeo to continue to gather as much steam as we go into attacking rounds.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, I don't even think that TeoTeoTeo was playing bad at all. Like, they really hold up to the form of exchanges and trades that they keep putting up. And then you start to see sparks fly with Vera, and later on we even see a little bit more coming out of Egoist that really pulled down quite the number of clutches.
I think what's really I think was phenomenal for X10 was that you always see, I will see Banaf or Dizzy or even Redla getting all those picks so early. But the recovery from X10, understanding what the whole team or the utilities can bring to the game and working off the information they had has just been so good in terms of determining how exactly they want to retake or play a site. And I think in this situation here, look at how X10, how dominant they are on this map. This is not X10's map pick. This is actually TeoTeoTeo's pick, but X10 understanding what they can bring to the table, understanding what TeoTeoTeo's weaknesses and strengths are in this map, gave them so much, I would say, an edge over the enemy team.
Yeah, and initially when they were on the attacking side for X10, of course, they started off with a little bit more of that conditioning, jostle of control, and after that, once they do get those full buys, they try to make it work. But of course, with them dropping the first round and then eventually clutching back with Thrifty, they start to understand that, hey, we can basically run the whole mile here with TeoTeoTeo, suffering a little bit more of that deficit on certain rounds that were not supposed to be dropped.
And I think as well for TeoTeoTeo, they have a play in mind. They have an idea, which is to force these skirmishes, force these aim duels, take them out in terms of numbers. But I think for X10, it's just understanding what the set plays that they have in mind. It doesn't necessarily mean that they need to have everyone, but understanding how each utility can work and how the team works with it is what gave them the most value. But let's have a look at the MVP here. It's going to be, again, Vera. Vera, come on. Give some space for your team. Okay, I mean, okay, you know what, Vera? Okay, that's fine. Don't come to my stream and say that you were gonna whiff again. I cannot. Like, he does this, you know? He comes to my stream like, watch me whiff.
Is equivalent to, like, what? 3Ks.
Yeah, I know, man.
usually.
He's like disrespecting me, coming here and saying I'm not playing good. But anyways, coming into this, I think Vera was very phenomenal in that game. And it's more, as I said before, set plays. Understanding how you can supplement your teammate is exactly how X10 plays. And with Vera out of the way, we start seeing other players step up, taking the role of the fragger here. Not entry, but fragger. We see Egoist catching people mid-rotation. But for X10, it's really hard to really pinpoint an MVP when everyone does their job so very well.
Yeah, and of course, I'm not really forgetting Wayne as well as Redco as well, because you saw how they really held down A. Like, they could do it with just 2 members all the time. And of course, anything that goes wrong, there's always cover grounds for Egoist to also rejoin the party. And it's just everybody working together like perfect gears on the perfect watch.
Yeah, that's right. But for now, that will be the end of series number 1. After this, we're going to have our second series today, more VALORANT MYSG. After this, don't go anywhere.
He knows exactly where G is with G. He has to take it. Oh! Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Reason.
The side beside it, one more. Scary.
But San don't care. San wants more.
Oh, it's
Walking and move step. Vera picking up 3.
Time. Wah. Show to the camera.
That's all I can do.
It's so bad.
You would have thought that the amount of time these players have been playing this game, they would at least remember the map. But if I could give an award for the cutest giggle, it'll be to Redla.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I'm really anticipating like the finishing product, and he's like, "Oh, time's up!" Like, man,
it's great. But welcome back, everyone, to the
Mans haven't cooked enough.
Welcome back to VCT MYSG. This is Split 2 with me, Tash. But in Contra, we are your casters for today. We've seen the first series happen already, and it was honestly insane seeing TeoTeoTeo just battling back and forth against X10. And now we're moving over to a brand new chapter, and it's going to be Kizuna versus BBP.
Yeah, and Bikini Bottom Pratahouse, of course, have...
Say that 3 times, really fast.
Bikini Bottom Pratahouse, Bikini Bottom Pratahouse, Bikini Bottom Pratahouse. I can't do it fast.
It's really, really hard, but BBP is going to be what's going on here. Now, let's talk a little bit about these two teams. Personally, for me, I think that Kizuna has shown one of the biggest improvements we've seen this season. Remember, they beat X10 2-0 very recently, counter-stratting the team, understanding what exactly they can expect from the IGL of X10. And honestly, we saw a tweet that says that clearly Kizuna had taken 2 of the best players from Louvre before.
Yeah, and right now we also are looking at Kizuna, who are vying for their spot as well to rake in as much points as possible. This is going to be the crawl into the playoffs that they are both looking for, and this is probably going to be a crucial series to be won.
Honestly, yeah, because if you remember at the end of last season, they were kind of really vying for Split to be their split. And I think that they are really trying to stick to their word. Now, on the flip side, let's talk a little bit about BPP. This is what is very interesting here. As we're heading toward the end of the split, we're seeing a brand new lineup here from Bikini Bottom Pratahouse. Now, personally, some of these players were previously from the Monks team here. I think they're based in Singapore, Malaysia. I'm not too sure. And we're also seeing them combining with Shun and DXN.
Yeah, and I think like this is going to be a little bit more of a mixed ideas that can basically come up with something a lot more creative and perhaps even more effective from where they have left off with the previous members. First, the dynamics itself is something that they will have to work together to achieve. But, you know, switch of scenes and switch of roster definitely gives them maybe a little bit more of a burst of enthusiasm to actually close out some of these rounds.
I think that what's going to be, I would say, the edge for BBP is the fact that if you go on VLR right now, there's not a lot of information about them. And without that data, this is going to be a little bit harder, at least for Kizuna, Mark especially as the coach, to really figure out what they're going to bring to the table. Now for Kizuna, Bryce, Riza, Flaring, Kimmy, and Shinsei, we've seen how they work together. With the addition of Bryce and Shinsei, the team, I think is showing a brand new dynamic for them. A lot more proactive and a lot more aggressive. And it works so well in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. absolutely agree, especially when you do get Shinsei to be on agents like Jet. Like, this guy definitely busts moves like all these top tier Jets that we have here in the circuit that can actually match up with numbers to boast as well. And of course, Flaring has been a veteran in the Valorant scene so far that we've seen to be performing with a high level of credibility. So now, since we spoke about some of all these names, let's go head to head as Shinsei is now being compared to DXN.
First, I wanted to talk about their what do you call it, the IGLs. But it's a little bit hard for me to really figure out a lot about Josh. But let's talk about DXN, a player that I've been watching since last year, who have moved from Sentinel and now to Duelist, depending on the map. But we also are looking at Shinsei with a higher, I would say 51 more, 49 ACS more. It just shows the differential between how aggressive Shinsei plays. If you remember last season in Louvre, Shinsei actually dropped a 30 bomb in one game, which is honestly insane. And his KDA is going to be a little bit higher. But looking at Shinsei and how exactly Kizuna plays here, I think that what really enables Shinsei is that the team understands the pacing and what exactly Shinsei needs to pop off. And he is no stranger to not taking out space and going for those multi-frags. It's very different to DXN, who's been playing, I would say, a Sentinel role for so long. Seeing him change into a Duelist role is something that is honestly quite surprising to me, because this season was all about the Duelist taking a step back into the Sentinel role.
Yeah, and I think like it's also very refreshing to also see other names to start rising up as well. And despite them actually switching different types of agents, they have still got what it takes to still put all the points necessary, and I'm just absolutely loving it. So let's dive directly into the map veto. Sure, as much as Vine was being brought back to the circuit, it will not see the light of day.
I'm disappointed.
All of these matches.
I think it's still quite new. A lot of teams haven't cooked up their strats yet for this particular map. I really did want to see which team will be using that map as a trump card, but it's still very, very recent. We're going to see Ascent once again for Kizuna. And I think that Ascent has been one of Kizuna's best maps, especially on A site. How we see how Shinsei navigates the entry is just phenomenal. No Haven, they don't want to deal with Kizuna on that particular map, but BBP, it's hard for me to say, but they're going to go for Fracture. And this is a very lurk-heavy map. I would be very afraid to pick this map against Kizuna, given the fact that how Bryce plays lurk. And I think that for BBP, they really have to watch out for him.
That's a really solid point. Like, Bryce really does have a whole lot of ideas when it comes down to maps that give you all these close quarter terrains for him to just look around and actually find those picks. Now that Split's already out of the way, and Haven's also being banned out much early on, there's only gonna be so little options left, and therefore Pearl will be our final playground should we ever actually hit into the full 3 games of the series. But Ascend, this is something that Kizuna is so familiar with, even despite them actually bringing in, you know, technically newer faces, but this is one map that nobody's ever gonna miss, and perhaps this is where you will still have a hunch of how to actually coordinate much better as compared to, you know, wider maps of Haven where you really have to be very, very precise on those decisions.
I think that after seeing Kizuna's performance on Lotus, there must be a reason why this was banned out. We saw them go 2-0. They just 2-0'd X10 on that particular map. X10 actually chose that map. But on Fracture here is what I'm really looking forward to. Ascent, again, being a very defender-heavy map, BPP going to choose that first. But Kizuna's aggression might just break that defense. Let's see what exactly BBP can bring to the table, because I think there was a lot of chatter about BBP recently, about how their players individually are very, very strong. But now with this whole new roster coming around, I mean, as analysts, we also don't know what these players come to the table.
Yeah.
I don't think we've casted any of the newer players yet, but we do know that the Monks have been playing locally in local tournaments in Malaysia and Singapore and have been dominating.
Great results.
Exactly, they have
you.
been dominating.
Like, I mean, sure, we've already highlighted the DXN, but Shun, man, this guy is definitely a force to be reckoned with, where I feel like he's also pretty much flexible when it comes down to his roles, where we see multitudes of different agents to be played out and still delivering on a very consistent note. I feel like this guy has already gotten it down to what he requires, what the team needs as well. So perhaps it may just be the play that, hey, sure, we may have 3 new guys, we can still play around this duo or that we've had for the longest time. So that may just be the playbook for Kizuna, for all we know.
I mean, for Kizuna, I don't think they have an issue just yet. Their improvements have been phenomenal. Getting Mark as their coach has been so good for them. But BBP here, it's just a lot of questions coming out of me. Like, this change in roster so late in the league, what exactly are they hoping to achieve from them? How much time have they played together to find that chemistry to really play off of each other? I mean, we've been seeing Louvre really struggle throughout this season because Reverie had to, can only put a team so late right before the split, and they're still trying to figure out how to find that sweet spot on how exactly they can play together. But for BBP, Shun and DXN are players that have played together for a long time. They are veterans in the scene. But when you look at Invoke, Josh, Inf, and also even Grumble previously who was playing for their team, they haven't necessarily been played together for a long time. Yes, they have played in a lot of the leagues. They have been playing through playoffs as the Monks, and we know that the Monks have had a lot of, I would say, success in the local scene. But in the bigger scene here, the bigger stage, how much time do you need to gel with your teammates to play together? And do you have a set play or an idea to kind of like outfrag or outstrat Kizuna? I mean, with that advantage of other people not having information over you.
Yeah, I guess like this was the same question that I did pose to first the newer teams that were on the block, right? Like Louvre, sure, household name, but it was a huge roster overhaul that we were really hoping a lot out of because we have expected them to at least reach top 4 for every season to actually make it into the playoffs. This season, we tend to see them struggle a bit because of this major overhaul, and I think like sometimes it's just a little bit more of that restructuring that takes time to mold. And I guess certain times when you bring in some of all these players that have been there grinding their ranks from the community level all the way up till here in the VCT MY Challengers, it's really down to who is the hungrier team at the end of the day.
Speaking of hungrier, BBP, your logo is not actually helping my cause. I haven't had dinner yet, but let's have a look at what exactly they want to cook here with the lineups and DXN being on. Actually, seeing DXN back on Killjoy makes me so happy. I believe that, I don't know if I've actually said this on air, but DXN on Killjoy I saw last year was my inspiration to actually pick up Killjoy. His Killjoy was one of the best that I've seen, at least for last split. But now we also have Bryce.
I believe it was this same game that we're doing as well. Like, yes, this guy is really smart with his setups, and he could also hold his own very, very well. And I think for today, it's been a great Killjoy day, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, if we look at all the leagues across the board, yeah, that's why we're seeing a lot more duelists taking a step back to a duelist role. Because, like, what they have to focus on is just the shooting. They don't have to worry about too much of the responsibility of Mickey taking its space and going down. Regardless, seeing Bryce playing Killjoy as well is also going to be very phenomenal. We've seen what this man can bring to the table in terms of his lurks. Let's see what he can cook again. But regardless, as we go into game number 2 here, a new duelist, because earlier the head-to-head, I wanted to put a head-to-head for their duelists, but DXN is no longer the duelist. Who's playing duelist right now is Invoke, and I actually am curious to see what exactly or how exactly he synergizes with team, how his tempo is going to be. So ladies and gentlemen, eyes on the screen right now. Let's have a see and a look for what BBP can bring to the table.
Yeah, and we're also looking at the fact that we have Inf here who's also playing on the KO, so this is going to be them both working hand in hand in order to find those initial picks for Bikini bottom Pratahouse. So when it comes down to the pistol rounds, we see a heavier stack onto A, a little bit typical for some of these matches, but we're only seeing one Killjoy into the B side, and Kizuna might just be very, very happy to find a way to pry this one open. And well, a little bit more of that standstill as they're hoping to establish more of a mid control. We're already seeing a couple of members of BBP hoping to pull right into the B side. Should be able to get scan off, but they take the daggers out just in time.
Oh man, Shinsei never misses. Great first hit onto Inf. So unfortunate for him, but he's just so very low. Josh still holding down the line here. They do know that at least one person onto tree, and immediately they will just take them out of the way. The pull comes through. Josh finds one. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be huge. But Riza takes him out. Invoke does trade back. It's still 3-on-3. The damage comes out here. He tries to get one more. Kimmy takes Invoke out of the way.
And they just got vacuumed in a very difficult situation. Then there you have Kimmy still bringing it back.
Oh, man, what a shot from Kimmy. It looked so rough as they pushed through tree. But the trades just worked out so very well. The multi-frags from Kimmy saves the day. Already 3-0 in the pocket.
Quick reactions, and it was looking for a plan as well. Just let go at the nick of time, and Bikini bottom Pratahouse almost had him taken off as well. Just sharp thinking overall coming out of Kimmy. How could I actually miss out this name when we were going through the list of players early on, right? Like, Kimmy is also another guy that have been playing duelist in the past, and now flexing it up on this KO.
This situation for Kizuna, they weren't really going for a commit on B side earlier. What they were trying to do was just scout information. Them playing aggressive was exactly what they needed. Even they got a pick onto the player. What they did was just kind of fall back and go rotate onto the A side. But what they weren't expecting was still another 2 players, and BPP understands that for Kizuna, it's not wise for us to quickly rotate. And this situation, the conditioning games comes around again, and BBP not able to quickly get onto site to just really take it. The X10 holding down the line. INF this time gets one. Shinsei gets one more. There's a force buy from him. He does go down in the end. Shun with the headshot onto him. Regardless, INF, good for 2, gets an upgrade, plays the smoke criminal game, gonna get the plant, clean round, and they also get their guns back.
Yeah, and for a moment it looked a little bit chaotic through the series as well. Everybody's just paying a little bit more of that tug of war. Kizuna getting a 2 in a row right there, and Kimmy have not faltered for the past 2 rounds. Currently with 2.0 KD. Well, of course, it's just an average per round.
You gotta really give it to Shinsei. He force bought that round. And in this situation, I would still say it was a pretty pricey round. They lost 3 of their guns. They still are able to get at least 3 this time around. But flaring, and we know Riza, able to land those headshots with those sheriffs. But it might be difficult. But BBP, they need to be able to win this round. They need to be able to bring as many rounds as possible to the next round. Even if they were to win the round, losing 3, it's going to be devastating because they want to try and get as many guns as possible. Speaking of that, first contact invoked by Kimmy and Shinsei get 1 each. They do know there's 1 more behind the box. Josh gets the wall bang, but Shinsei finds Shun in the end. This is a very, very interesting situation coming through here because it's all just skirmishes throughout the map.
There's just not much room that he could basically wiggle with right now. Finally picking at this point, well, he's not even thinking of doing so, but does get 1 trade in return. That's as good as it gets. This full buy didn't really work out for the rest of Bikini bottom Pratahouse.
Yeah, losing their bonus as well in that situation. Kizuna, honestly, that was a smart play coming by them. By forcing the skirmishes around, what they did was, even though they died, they still were able to pick up the guns dropped by Bikini bottom Pratahouse. And because of that, they're able to take it forward to the next round. But this time around, you can see Shinsei with the blades already online alongside Kimmy with the null command. This might be a huge round for them. The only thing Shinsei has is the shorty. Great for close range, but let's see how it's gonna go. Josh playing a little bit more aggressive stance, but has not committed anything yet. Moves out of the way, barely gets hit by the scan.
And Josh will definitely
Concealment.
find ways to pry this one open, but Nebula is already being set up for him to just deny any early entries. But there we go. Teo coming with heavy commitment, and they're already in. They've already set things up to Captain Midair, and Josh gets him out of the game.
Who needs guns when you have sharp aim here? Invoke already getting 1 more. What a thrifty round. And tonight we've seen rounds and rounds of thrifties here. And this is what exactly happens. Even though they had 2 ultimates in their favor that they committed, what they failed to notice was to clear their angles. A great situation coming through here, throwing the flash as soon as you saw Shinsei coming onto the site.
That is just the best that they could ever ask for as well. Bikini bottom Pratahouse. They immediately get back their returns out of that. That being their first point. So well managed. That setup to really catch Shinsei mid-air as well. Oh, that with a Sheriff.
That's crossfire. Look at this aggressive push out here by BBP. Shinsei still holding. He might just see him, but Invoke's just a little bit faster. DXN gets one more. Riza gets one, but will be traded out here. Invoke on a killing spree. Already 3 in the pocket. 7 bullets in the barrel. Is that enough? Moves out of the way. His teammates is there to cover him as he goes for a reposition. They're just chasing Kimi now. Can he at least get one? He does. Consolation prize at the least, but BBP finding this momentum and just taking it away from Kizuna.
Yeah, this Sunburst out there pretty much well prepped by the rest of BBP as well. Just knowing where to strike the rest of Kizuna when they don't really have the best of resources. So quick closure to that. This really allows them a lot more room out there. Sure, they were a little bit overzealous to have maybe lost 2 weapons, but hey, DXN now gets to replace it. Now the operator's online, and it's in the hands of DXN.
Can already see the null command come through. How many hits are there? Can't really see what's happening. Invoke does get a first pick onto Shinsei, waiting down the line here. Just a flash to come through. Fragment as well. Boost him out of the way. Flaring. Pushed into Wine. Not sure if they know that he's going to be there. That Nebula is not doing them any favors at all. And turret 3, they can't see anything. Another flash as well, just to give them a little bit of space to move. But look at that, Riza with the swing. Josh is only with 4 HP left. They do have the Cosmic Divide, but do they actually want to use it? Shun is still just waiting. Hasn't moved quite yet. And for Kizuna, they have 1 minute to play. They can go for a rotate. Look at where DXN is. Sorry, Bryce is going to go for this long rotate just to try to see if anyone is in that mid rotation.
It's definitely going to take a while if they really want to recommit back into A. And BBP, they call bluff on this. They're still lying there and wait. 3 members just keeping their eyes all onto main. Riza, he's got a lot of all these utilities back up online, and now with the Aldrone,
30 seconds left.
Scan right through. It gets taken off, and with 25 seconds, I'm not sure if they could even get anywhere close to get this plan down.
But look at where they are. They teleported. That's exactly why Bryce had moved all the way to B side. He had already prepared for that post plant. 30 seconds to go. They have all the time in the world. DXN unfortunately whiffs. Flaring survives another day. Riza catches Josh in the mid rotation. Bryce coming through here. Plays off his utility. Shun as well gets one more, but it's Flaring with the hold. But thankfully, we still have Riza still coming onto the side. The defuse comes out here. Riza is nowhere close. He has to rush. He has to run. Coming onto the side. He's not going to get it. Bros don't fake. Unfortunately, all he can get is a consolation prize of the kill, but he's not going to pick up the op.
So well done by the rest of the members of Kizuna.
Man, I would be devastated because they had a good set play coming through here. Kizuna had the right idea, but BBP, their reaction was just a little bit too good there. And for Kizuna, this is the best time to really reflect on what exactly went wrong here. I'm sure Mark has a lot of things to say to them, but I just want to know how exactly BBP was able to just really, what's the word for it? Rotate quickly and just take away that space.
Yeah, they've already gotten the right ideas. Just needs it to be a little bit more cleanly executed in a matter of sense. And all the build-up now goes back into square one, where both teams are looking to be a little bit more on an equal footing. Can't really say the same about Kret, because bottom Pratahouse have been able to get those stacks back, and now they understand there's 4 ultimates that BBP could expend at any given moment to make things a lot more difficult. Therefore, Flaring, guess he's just going to look at holding back this time, sticking with only the, well, of course, still plenty of time for him to decide, but everyone's just going on half shields. At least they got all the other utilities online except for the elves.
Invoke's aggression has just been phenomenal for BBP. It's not necessarily, I would say that yes, it is a very defender-heavy map, but BBP has just been so proactive, and without the information that's just been denied by BBP, not only just denied, but also the holes at the right time, it's just been so good for them. Kizuna does have good rounds, but it's just a little bit too close for comfort. Starting off is just so good, but BBP is just able to just not only play retakes, but understand that it's okay to give up that space, play retakes.
Yeah, and this is the first few times that they're starting to pry over onto market. But when he steps onto pizza, Shun's ready to actually greet. Shinsei is trying to align all together with the Killjoy, drawing a little bit more attention onto main, and this is as close as it gets. Meanwhile, there's a little bit more action over onto tree, and this is going to cost a little bit more
timing. Shun's just so good at holding. We saw him just quietly move around the market area. Has not moved at all, but Bryce will trade out. Do know there's one person just zone him out with the turret, but the sprays come through. They know there's 1, 2, and is moved out of the way. Alarm bot triggered here. Nanostorm comes out. They're just gonna wait. There is a little bit of cover here on the workshop. The X10 does find flaring in the end, but sight completely on the side of Kizuna. Will this be a deja vu is the question. We also see the Cosmic Divide will be taken out of the way. Yeah, it's gonna be so hard to breach on the side, but Invoke already good for 2. It's a 1 versus 4. It's gonna be so very hard. Just moving together, just trying to pincer him. A right click is all they needed. No fancy guns, and Kizuna once again left wondering what went wrong.
Yeah. And they've already got the plan pretty much efficiently sorted out. The trades didn't seem to be all too efficient, despite we saw what DXN was trying to do. He's holding on to that operator, and I felt like when he whiffed like 3 shots already, he should actually be gone with a punishment. But instead, everybody just beeline into the side, and perhaps a little bit more of that tunnel vision is going on at the moment for Kizuna, but there's ample of time for them to really read the room once again and go back to the drawing board. Like, this can be done a little bit better.
Shinsei very aggressive this time, and he gets DXN out of the way. This is Shinsei saying, that's enough. I want full control of the site, and I'll play the way I want to play. Aggressively pushing. They already checked all the side of Boathouse. They are really pushing this B site. And look at how much control they have. They even have full control of main. Hunter's Fury is out. Josh finds Bryce in the other day. Shinsei does find INF. Shun, unfortunately, does not get a pick. But it doesn't really matter. They're still at a man advantage. Hasn't moved out quite yet. They know there's one in logs. Kimmy, nice little position. A pop and swing. Shun pushes out of the way, but flaring playing from main. And that's a more dominant play from Kizuna.
Yeah. This time a lot more convincing, especially with flaring covering a lot more grounds as compared to what we last saw in their attempt over onto B. I guess the only reason why they were having that form of struggle was that they were giving a little bit too much respect towards the exit initially. And this time, with them getting that full access, especially with Invoke, of course, having a little bit more of a struggle right there, just find a lot more value once they find DXN picked off instantly.
Cover going out.
They're still trying to figure out where exactly they want to go. Nice little pop flash to the middle of the area. But they did not commit just yet. Shinsei trying to go for anyone, trying to catch out anyone who's trying to be a little bit too aggressive. No one coming through just yet. It looks like B site might be where they want to hit, but the amount of utility is already there. It's going to be so hard to not only breach through the Killjoy ability, but also the utility coming through from their Sova. But the rotation comes through here. Immediately they move out of the way. They immediately get popped off the Nano Swarm. Shinsei is just so very low, taking a lot of damage. Switches out the guns. And again, they're just trying to bait out that utils. And I think this is just so great for them because it gives them so much space and room to work with.
Yeah, and right now, the rest of AVP expected this detour.
I can't believe he gets away with that. Shun does punish. Exactly.
And now they're trying to pull all the way back as well. Because they know they are being funneled through this B by hook or by crook. They just have to make this one work. Shun pushing through the smoke. should have a little bit. And then Invoke finds two.
Down B.
Invokes lurks. The aggressive play just giving them so much value. Just catching them off guard. The Guardian, not gonna give more to Kimmy. He's so very low, but Josh was already holding. And a round win.
He didn't really have to even greet him by the doorways as well.
This is so interesting because when the idea of playing this map in particular is just holding and not allowing anyone to get to side because it's so choky to get to the area. But for BBP, they are not afraid to take up that space. They're not afraid to play aggressive. And Invoke has just been so huge, 12-6. This is a very, not only dominating, but this is a statement play as a new player into the league.
Exactly, like when you mentioned about that chokehold as well, Invoke, I start to see why exactly he is being put to the task to take over this Asian in particular, which we know the X10 absolutely loves, right? And he does show a lot more of his own brilliance on this take where he's been holding on to Tree and Spike multiple attempts of Kizuna trying to actually get the smoke out. Or should I say the setup's coming from Kizuna does not really give them that much space to work with. And now it's all set up.
Does not get the hits. Invoke has one. Invoke has two. Nice trade to come out. 25 HP. He's not even scared. Undeterred, he moves out of the way. But TXN from mid side, ready to just give that value. They know what the spike is at least. They hear the shots come through. Those smokes gave them a lot of space to work with. But for BBP, they're not afraid at all. They got two already. With a 3 versus 4, it gives them a lot of value. They also have the set plays up already. But they do know that they're just going to try and catch them as they rotate forward. DXN holding, he might have the advantage in terms of the set of the area. But Kizuna able to get onto the site safely.
Well, they do have the lockdown here played. It's going to be a counter both at the same time as well. See Flaring getting his call through, and now he's just going to be able to hold it down for a main. And of course, going to have to wait for the lockdown to cut right through.
They
still got caught.
All three! This is not the best situation. But I don't think they're gonna get onto the site on time. Shock Dart does to clear out all of the utilities. Kimmy for one, gets them out of the way. Shun gets one, Bryce trades out. He answers, the Shock Dart is out. Sprays to the left side, but they're actually on the right. They hear the taps, 33 HP left for Shun. What can they do? Nice cross. Bryce and Flaring, the brains connect. And it's just Giga Chat moment for them.
Just absolutely beautiful, man. These lads, they just understood the assignment as well, even despite them having so little space to work with. The positioning of how they've been able to actually set this cross to hold from the outskirts, just genius, I swear.
I was shocked because technically they should not have survived that, and I was waiting for a lineup or something. Unfortunately, they didn't have that. Blades popped already for Invoke. Let's see whether or not Shinsei can answer. But no movement yet, and this time everyone's just holding. And nearly Bryce finds the XN. Without the Killjoy, a little bit more space for Bryce to work with in terms of lurks.
This is what they're looking for. All the setups that have been annoying them for past couple of rounds, now they get a little bit more of that free access for Shinsei. First, Vision being denied. Invoke pushed out fine Flaring.
Invoke's pushes, the aggressive pushes have just been so phenomenal. Does get the picks, but is not where Kizuna was actually hitting. It's enough information to them to work with, but they already lost 2 in that process. This is a very nasty angle Shinsei is playing with. Makes it so hard to push forward. Shun, half HP left. How to get into the site?
Definitely requires a simultaneous effort coming in from the entire squad of BBP. Now they're charging right there.
Bryce punishes him. Nice little hold. Josh was only able to pick up one.
So many deep angles for them to clear out. Just like I said, there's just no room. And that angle from Shun already got the whole area covered up. All bangable. Now, 2 outs on each side. The difference being Flaring as well as INF offering something of a different sort, whereas they could also wait until they could use this to counter out Killjoy lockdowns in the later on. Well, what am I even saying? We're already going down to final round of the first half. So the X10 now placed in the deeper corner of hell. I'm not sure if they suspect this though.
Shinsei punished immediately. The X10 for 2. Gets a little help from the turret. 3 actually. Hunter's Fury comes through, and here goes Shun, finds flaring as well. The X10, this aggressive play is just so good for them, honestly. Puts a lot of pressure onto Kizuna. They weren't able to take it out of the way. He's all alone. He's in 1. What can they do? He gets 2! Bryce is cooking! He can't do more! Josh ends Bryce's reign of terror.
And both sides are still showing equal strength at the moment. Oh, that round itself, you just see the rest of them just cut right through. All beeline into the same section and all just went down south for them. But my word, the Sen is just bringing out the best out of both sides of the team.
Brand new roster, and we're already shocked by these plays. But you have to give it to Kizuna. A 6 for this half on attack is massive for them. And we know that Kizuna is just one of those teams that's so good for those holds. The question is, can Invoke break through the barriers that's going to be put down by Kizuna? Invoke was just huge on defense, but can he go for those early picks? Immediately, Bryce.
Rush for mid.
It is a very aggressive hold here. DXN come through. DXN punishing Bryce for going aggressive. Kimmy good for 2, but not before INF stops him. And DXN comes out. There's only flaring to worry about. They have no clue where he is. They don't know where he is now. Takes him out of the way. Frenzy from that far. Just so nasty. 1 versus 2. Can this man actually clutch this is a question.
He's got some ideas cutting a true spawn, but this is going to be heavily guarded from multiple angles. So this crossfire here is doing him a little dirty. DXN holding on to the staircases. And
oh my God!
Thank goodness DXN still got it in return.
My God. We've seen just too many close clutches for today. Nice recovery from BBP. And Kizuna, how many rounds are they gonna give till they finally figure out how to stop the aggression from BBP? And if you saw earlier, we saw Kizuna try to play aggressive. They wanted to punish BBP for pushing out, but BBP was already aware. They read it like a book and they punished them for pushing out. Will we be seeing a change in pace? Again though, this is a gun differential round. INF's not buying.
Here.
Not at all. And
here.
Massa, the rest of BVP, just storming through the gates, and now when they do have the weaponries, they're giving respect to potential shorty purchases that can actually cheese them out. So being a little bit more careful and playing from distance is the best bet that they do have for now. The X10 just got scratched for 15. Meanwhile, mid side still left bare just like the past round. Maybe a certain angle that they can consider later on.
Blocking vision.
Full control of mid area. Idea is to come through tree. B side, they already know it's gonna be a Killjoy hold there. Bryce has not moved just yet. I can already sort of anticipate to see him just play off mid side, but I think they already know that without any information on B, it's gonna be an A hit. This is a very fast rotate from the team.
See what Invoke actually gets out of this. His Tillman's running out, and he's really got to make the call right now.
Oh, look at that. How aggressive Invoke is. Unfortunately, does not get a pick there. Flaring with the picks onto 1. Invoke, Kimmy, Shun, 1 each. A pop of the head for Kimmy. Can he get 2? Not quite happening. Shinsei gets 1 more. Invoke all alone. He does have a better gun, and it does save his life. What a clutch, but a very expensive round for BBP.
And that was all the difference that there is. Huge clutches coming out. Invoke, sure, we're expecting him to just burst into sight and immediately slaughter everyone in the house, but he took it calm, took it composed, started with 1, and eventually, as the rest of Kizuna start locking into these battles, he just found that perfect opening as well. Now BBP in the driver's seat. The second half here.
The X10 gets tagged. Look how aggressively they are playing this time around. They understand that they want to go aggressive, they want to push out if they can, but also they do not want to surrender their guns. They understand that if they got picked off here, as soon as advantage comes into the hands of BBP, they will take it and they will use it against them. Shinsei still holding out the line. Gets another pick, or it's a tag onto Invoke. Finally gets a pick here. It's going to be INF going down. Look at how much damage Shinsei has done. It's a good little one-way as well. Gives him all the information he needs. Spots out one more. Good for 2. Drops a spike. And immediately just going to buy some time.
Through as well.
Exactly. With the fragment. And they're not able to go anywhere. Invoke so low. 3 already.
Through the same angle. It's ridiculous.
He's just holding 4. Can we see an ace? The question. Shun is so very low. Not gonna happen. Shun denies it. Bryce takes it, but not before Shun gets one more in the bag.
I give him credit for that. I mean, he probably tagged him till he's only left with a slither of health already. But all in all, that definitely left us in awe. That one-way smoke setup just got them all caught up in this choke point, unable to really get the smoothest push through.
Honestly, just now, just thinking about how Shinsei might not be having the best game. But suddenly look at him. On defense, just shines. Just so good at his holds. Shock Dart, once used by Riza, that's enough information for him. Gonna throw out another one, and Bryce playing the more aggressive angle. They do put down the turret, and it doesn't deter him. He knows exactly why DXN will be reading how Killjoy plays. It takes a Killjoy to know a Killjoy, honestly.
That's right, and there's not going to be an area for them to be breached, but Invoke, though, sneaks around past them and now causing a little bit more of a havoc. Buying so much time as well as space for the rest of BBP to cut right into A. And this Omen might just be in this pincer attack, trying to find a way to actually hold it out. And Shun eventually finds flowering.
Shun good for 2 already, just pushes through the smoke and into the fragment. Man does not care. More aggressively playing here with the shorty. Spots out Shinsei, does not allow him to get those blades even out of the barrel. 50 HP left, and Shun this time around playing a little bit more aggressive. Now Bryce all alone with 2200 credits. I think he wants to rather go for the save. Better off to be able to not only buy, but also maybe even go the next round and just bring some credits back. 8-7, I have to say the BBP, despite it being a very defense-heavy map, BBP is just showing us how aggression can break through defenses.
Yeah, he just went all out right there. And I think even on the pass round itself, it garnered them a little bit more of anger to be able to retaliate
They're
back.
not allowing him to bring this gun to the next round. They are looking for him. Still just holding here. Honestly, I have this feeling that for Kizuna, I think they really need to go back to the drawing board here. Try to understand how exactly are they getting picked off one by one, and why exactly are they not able to hold on to the defenses. But honestly, if you look at how Invoke plays here, Invoke is not necessarily the most aggressive duelist in terms of attack. What he's just been doing is just coming onto the site, playing inside of the smoke, and then getting those picks after, just catching them off guard.
Yeah, they started off with the initial pick onto B, but we didn't really see them fully pull back and reposition from that point onwards. And for the rest of BBP, they're going to make good use of that info, and I think like Invoke really punished them very well for that. Now, full stack onto Ado. And this is just a playground for this KO to just get as many of all these utilities out there. Buy so much time. Shun trying to find ways to actually get more of that info. And info
man,
goes in to tank a little bit of exchange. It's Josh actually brings 2 more back, and Shinsei, he answers back.
We'll see a very aggressive push. He does get a lot of value. Shinsei for 3 already. Takes up a lot of damage from the Hunter's Fury, but doesn't really matter. A really good reposition. Shinsei right now, warmed up and ready. 30 HP left. They do hear the sound of the door. They hear all the utilities set up, just waiting for his teammates now. They break the door out, and for Shinsei, just waiting the right time. They break the turret out of the way. That recon will give them all the information they need. One more recon. Immediately goes out. Shun finds Shinsei. 2 more coming in from tree. The Owl's gonna come out. They just have to react to it. They know exactly where they are. Nice crossfire to come through. The recon as well gets destroyed. It's gonna be so hard for Bryce. They have to find a way to isolate, but in this situation, it's gonna be hard. What they're gonna do is just buy some time. Denies 1, and DXN swings out at the right time.
Man, I'm just looking at DXN really playing them out like a fiddle. This cross-section was just that perfect setting for them, and this probably broke the camel's back. Kizuna, no answers. We clearly saw them having man advantages, and eventually all of them just funneled through and couldn't even get him by the generators. And it was just quite devastating to be on that receiving end of it. Bikini Pratahouse just 3 games away, and Kizuna, they've already forced a couple rounds already. This is a position where they got to make value if they were gonna go in for purchases. They usually had ideas when they do have the From the Shadows up online. Last time they tried to execute it, took a while for them to actually get it down.
It's honestly very amusing to see how the triangle of the players come through. Kizuna beats X10, X10 beats BBP.
Rock, paper, scissors, right?
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors. But now for Kizuna, they still haven't found an answer to the aggression coming through here. For BBP, their explosive plays, I would say, is their strength. Understanding how to just catch them off guard. And for Kizuna, it's really hard for them to really figure out where exactly BBP is going to hit, which is why we're not seeing that fast rotations to come through. Bryce wants to lurk, but I think everyone knows how Bryce cooks at this situation. And that's one of the downsides, rather, for being so good at what you do. There's a lot of eyes on you.
This time a 3-man stack to actually double down as well.
They break it, the X10 holding, and they push out Shun. What a nice little crossfire come out. Riza for one more. Nice little trade on trade at least.
And that actually gives them a lot more of a playing field for them to eventually get Kimi as well as Shinsei to pick up those weaponries from main. And now the odds are pretty much even out.
Oh, they are leaving the site.
Wait.
Information comes out here. BBP, what they're gonna do, they just spray out Shinsei for 1, Josh for 2. Josh has just been on fire today. Give it a 3, actually.
We rarely actually see teams daring enough to make this a form of plays, just absolutely leaving the site like that. Of course, still grand ideas where you could still cut back through and play through the stairs. Kizuna has already saved that round and did enough of damage. And this is where they have to go on the streak.
Placing swarm grenade.
No way for them to drop a round from here, else they'll be broke yet again.
Bryce's aggressions come out. What a nice flash to come through. Punishes Invoke for the push forward, and he just gets suppressed. Not gonna move, not gonna hold. Also see the Killjoy lockdown come through. Riza sprays out, gets one more from Josh. That's just so good. They're okay with leaving the side. Jackson spends on more. Hunter's Fury is out, tries to break it. But immediately Shinsei pincers them from mid-side. Bryce gets a kill with a nano swarm as well. This aggressive plays from Kizuna looks so good. And suddenly Shun is all alone. We talk about conditioning, and BBP was not expecting this to happen from Kizuna.
Yeah, the sudden burst out of that, immediately spotting out majority of all these members, and instantly you see both Omen as well as Jet cut through mid, and then Shinsei took over control. Kimi brings a little bit more life back into the squad. The final pick. Not over till it's over, but we are going to be able to consider full shields this time around. 4 elements up. That was the lifeline round, and they need to just go all the way from here. BBP, though, still got those creds up. So if BBP gets another loss here, that's where the momentum swings all the way back for KC.
Look at his aggression. They punish Shinsei for that. Unfortunately for Shinsei, did not get support from his teammates to play that aggressively. But that null command will not allow them onto the site. Suppression comes through. Bryce will move out of the way. And on top of that, BBP managed to pick up the op? No, I think he swapped back. Preferring to use the Vandal. But for Bryce, they can go for a counter heal. Timing is key, but Bryce still gets it in the end. Great reaction time. Finds the X10, and that's exactly all the information he needs. Nice little off angle from him just to catch him off guard for BBP. but no movement yet. It's denial of information. Let's see who moves first, who gets the first contact. But with 30 seconds to go, they do have a lot of time to work with. Rice moves, and that's an unfortunate timing on his end.
Just what they needed as well. Now, the floodgates are all opened up, and that's where BVP shuts the door upon them. We'll have to find ways to just play through heaven. Invoke blinded off, but thankfully he dropped just in the nick of time.
That's timing. Honestly, this game's game of timing, and the headshot comes through from Kimi. Nice little position as well.
Oh,
but
the
thankfully,
divide.
the Cosmic Divide just saves their lives. And now they have to find a different way to get onto the site. Cosmic Divide makes it so hard to play through here. What they want to do is play for 3, but I think for Kizuna, it's better off to just save. But they get caught off guard here, but Kiza does find one more. Invoke pushes forward, and Invoke's aggression is just honestly catching this team in a way that they are not imagining to see BBP to be playing.
Not at all. Kizuna, way that they've been able to get the early reads were correct. It was great. The exchanges this time may not have favored them, and then BBP. They have this push and pull momentum, and eventually sniffs out there must be somebody by the Garden Prize. Sure, he gets a one. And the moment that Josh find that opening,
Get out of my way!
it just slipped from the grasp of KZ overall. This time, KZ.
Oh man, look at this
Lasura.
push out from Kizuna. They want to catch them off guard. They want to play the same way BBP does. Fast push from Invoke straight onto the site. Got so much areas cleared already. And this time around, it's going to be a pincer play from so many different areas. Thankfully for Price, she just jukes it. All the blades are just pushed out of the way. They break the door. And now Flaring just waiting to just throw out from the shadows. Nothing hit quite yet. Shinsei is still finding the right way to go. They also have the long to come through, and immediately they get the Hunter's Fury to answer back. They break the utils, gets one more with 2 in the area. Riza answers back, one more from under, and this aggressive play might be the answer they need. Shun good for 1 only, and they do get the defuse. We go another round.
And they will continue to swing just the burst of speed. They're just basically hitting W from the get-go and never even considered looking back. Sometimes you just need that element of surprise to be able to score some back. So Bikini Bomb Pratahouse, sure, still got more to work with, but they will be on their toes this time around. And this is where it does messes with your brain. If you've just faced a round like that, like, do we do the same again towards them and risk whatever we have right now with a potential of going on that eco and giving KZ that chance? Oh, this is going to be a little
They're just going to do the same thing again. A flash out there, out of the way. Shinsei, unfortunately, does not get it. The op finds him in the end. A movement forward here. And this time around, BBP was ready. But Kizuna was also ready for it as well. It was unfortunate, but Kizuna, even though they lost Shinsei, it was enough for them to take up all that space from main.
They got a lot of room to play out. Despite the spike being on the ground, they understand eventually Invoke will have to cut across, and that's where he pays the prize to the hands of Rice.
Shun with the taps. That's all they need. They have a nice crossfire set up as well. That turret is all they need as well to answer. He takes a lot of damage! How on earth do you clutch this? A 1 versus 2!
Never give
Unbelievable!
Today is not our day.
The brawl that they had, it was just exchanges after exchanges. And with him doing it all alone, we saw even bots were pointed at him. And he nailed it.
I am not
at
sure.
At the millisecond that he required.
I am not sure how on earth that happened. With the turret on him, I would have expected him to move out of the way, but this guy does not move. He still held his ground. Honestly, what a phenomenal showing from BBP with their brand new roster today.
And you've been saying that they've been able to upset even the likes of X10 and X10.
Kizuna.
Oh, sorry.
Upset X10, but for this new roster, we had no information at all what to expect from this team. The only thing I knew about this roster was they were pickups from the Mongs, a team from MYSG that's been playing in local leagues but not quite making it. But now I'm seeing them in play. And I'm just realizing why exactly they were chosen to be on this big stage. What exactly they can bring to the table. There's just such great chemistry coming through here and just great showing. And now Kizuna, they have to go back to the drawing board. They understand what they are up against. Perhaps it might be a different story in map number 2.
And just taking a look at Invoke, sure, he may not be like the flashiest jet we've ever seen.
Are you kidding me? He is flashy.
I think like he is like the cleanest. He's so technical with it. Like there are certain times that he knows there are opportunities out there that he will put himself into risk, but instead he played the smart game.
Honestly,
both of these areas. Look at that.
I
Things
would
like that.
say it was a smart game, but his aggression is just, it catches you off guard because you wouldn't expect a madman to push like, I mean, you wouldn't expect him to push like that unless you're crazy. And that's the thing. You are not expecting anyone to push that way. He gets so many multi-frags. He plays defense like he plays attack. We did see Kizuna try to play the same thing, but it's so hard, right? How do you answer someone who is playing the same page from your book? Nothing. We wrote the page. We wait for you to come to us.
And that's where you do not judge books by its cover. Bikini, bottom Pratahouse. They found a new recipe.
Yeah, this Prada is delicious, I have to say. What a showing. Love seeing it. There was a lot of chatter about BBP individually in the last few weeks, and then a roster change where I myself was questioning how much time does one team need to get together and get good. But for Bikini Bottom Pratahouse, clearly not a lot of time. Look at how skewed in their direction. Look at the Thrifty coming through and the clutches as well. It's absolutely phenomenal. Yes, Kizuna has had good rounds, but every time Kizuna thought they found an answer, BBP answers back.
Yeah, and at the same time, if I really look back into Kizuna, usually when they do have a certain angle of an ideation of execution, it's pretty much like a straight arrow. There's just no holding back. The moment that it does not follow through the way that they desire, sometimes they do get into a tough decision where you can't really make the right choice in such a split second. And I guess that's where we tend to see them having second guesses of what exactly to do at certain points of time. Eventually, they did get back on track, but it did happen maybe a little too late.
Yeah, sure with that clutch. Honestly, great start for Bikini Bottom Pratahouse. What a statement match with the new team and what chemistry as well. Personally, I think that Shun with that clutch earlier as well as cleanups has just been phenomenal. Shun has always been a player to be clutching, but I was not expecting it to be in that manner. And I think that for Kizuna, I think for a lot of time they were trying to fix up those smaller mistakes. But in this situation here, when you don't have information to work with from a team or new players at Bikini Bottom Pratahouse, that might have been the issue for them.
Yeah, this is absolutely deserving with him really sealing the deal of that in that split-second decision-making through the fountain of all places, right? Like, he just snapped it. Like, it's just the range for him.
It is range, and it's honestly, this aggressive play looks so good on attack and defense. I'm really liking the momentum coming up from this team. Let's see how it's gonna go for their map pick in a little while. But for now, we're gonna go for a quick break. After this second map for the second series, will we go to a map 3 or will Bikini Bottom Pratahouse continue the dominance? See you in a bit.
Hi, I'm Lexi. I'm the IGL of Team Bikini Bottom Pratahouse, and I play Control Agents. So, fun fact about this team, there are two things that we have in common. We love Prata and we love SpongeBob. Therefore, when we mix two things together, it becomes Bikini Bottom Pratahouse. So, Muzi is the duelist of our team, and he previously was from Hey Yakiniku in Split 1, but that team abandoned him and now we picked him up. He self-proclaimed himself as the best jet within SGMY, so hopefully we'll be able to see some good stats from him in Speed 2. The original IGL isn't here, he went overseas, so I'm currently the self-proclaimed IGL, the Media Day IGL, and everyone chose me is because they don't want to be the IGL. It wasn't much of a challenge. Leading team path and It's easy, to be honest. Just felt like a walk in the park. I think Elvia is the most feared after their roster change. All the roster members there are exceptionally good, so should look out for them. So our expectations for Split 2 is to have fun, but to also upset the big teams in the league, especially X10 and League.
Hi, I'm Mozi. I'm the duelist for Bikini bottom Pratahouse. Lexi, who is my identical twin and our TeamSpeak muncher, is one of the only few persons that I know who would order a quadruple cheeseburger from McDonald's. Shun is a very interesting player. When we are down many rounds during the competition, he's one of the few players that will vote F6 when we call for a tactical timeout. I think the team that we want to try to face off is Team RRQ, because we want to see whether we can beat the power of friendship. The first thing that comes to my mind when I'm in a critical moment is just lose and just go on to the next round.
Hi, my name is Jingzhou. My in-game name is Grumble. I'm a flex player for Bikini bottom Pratahouse. EXN is a very funny guy. In-game, he always swing with no fear, and I think he's gonna destroy everyone. We usually play rank after practice. Sometimes we'll talk to each other outside of the game.
Hi, my name is Gordon. My IG is DXN. I'm currently playing the Sentinel role for Bikini bottom Pratahouse. Grumble is a very shy and quiet person. However, when he's in the game, he's quite a demon, where he always help our teams to top frag and take a lot of frags. Fun fact about him is he usually sarcastic our teammate, which no people will usually do it because people usually trash the opponent, but for him, he always trash our team duelist, which he always say that he's the best duelist in the whole region, which I also agree with his point. So you guys should watch out for him and also my duelist. I eat McDonald's. My favorite food is McWing. I've been eating McWing since I was young. I never changed any other food, just McWing.
Looking for one more. He knows exactly where G is with G. He has to take it. Oh! Taking a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Reason.
The side beside it, one more.
Oh!
Scary!
But San don't care! San wants more!
Oh, he's walking and moves that. Vera picking up 3!
Welcome back to Challengers MY Split 2. And once again, it's Tash Bunny as well as Contra here bringing you into a potential final game. And guess who took us there? Bikini bottom Pratahouse secures the win. And in such a climatic and clutch fashion, as Shun just really doubled it down.
I am shook. I was not expecting that from Bikini bottom Pratahouse. I was expecting, okay, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, okay? I was expecting very, I would say, individually skilled players playing it kind of like solo, what we would expect from teams that don't have chemistry just yet. But I am just in awe at how well this team actually synergizes together. And I have to say that perhaps that having these 3 new players was exactly what Bikini bottom Pratahouse needed in order to move forward here. And taking Kizuna's map out of the way and moving into theirs, it would be a huge upset to Kizuna, especially after taking down X10 2-0 just a few days ago.
Yeah, and like you were baffled for a moment because you're like trying to put 2 and 2 together. It's like, so this team wins that team. And the other side...
Yeah, it's like a game of cards, right?
Yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors. You want to go?
Rock,
paper, scissors. I win. I'm just kidding. Well, coming back into this, I hope that Kizuna does have an answer to aggression, because I think that I think that what BBP has was aggression, and it really catches them off guard. And I think the answer for this is to just counter strat at that point, because I felt like Kizuna had the answer for X10, but will they have an answer for Fracture? And on top of that, this map is not only lurk heavy, but also it is very rewarding to players who are very aggressive.
Yeah, and they actually went in with a nothing to lose mindset, and I think like that itself is the right way to direct everybody onto the right track as well. So
yeah.
Back to the drawing board here with the graph as well.
Oh my god, I love this. Look
Okay,
at
what
this
about it?
double duelist comp for both teams. And I think that what Kizuna wants to do is to fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
Let's play as aggressively as BBP. At first I was questioning, why would they choose a map that's very lurk heavy against a player like Bryce who's just so insanely good at lurking? And the answer is, doesn't really matter if he's lurking. We're just going to take everyone out of the way quickly before he's able to finish his lurks on time.
Yeah, I mean, they really do have very distinct play styles of their own from what we actually saw back in Ascent as well. So I guess implementing it into this new terrain shouldn't be all too different, but of course we'll be amping up a little bit of the level of difficulty, especially, of course, Pearl sometimes have so many of all these areas where you think that he's going to be out there. Well, of course, Pearl is actually for third round. We're back into Fracture where we have expected, you know, players like Bryce to be able to deliver the ace in the hole later on. So, of course, we have plenty of time to actually see what exactly is going to be how these teams will test the water, because as compared to Ascend, this requires them to also play at a fastest tempo when needed to be.
Let's see how Kizuna is planning on taking away space and holding it. You know that for the coach, Mark, he's a very technical person. Can slice up every single info one by one and use it to his advantage. In this situation where you don't have any information about the team you're going against, but the only thing you know from Ascent is how aggressive they are, let's see how it's going to go here. But for BBP, look at how much free space they have already to get onto the B side. Quickly to take all of the space, and look at how much smokes are out there. Coming in from B main here, the question is who is actually playing on attack and defense here? Push out. So we trade out between these two teams. One more for Kimi. Thankfully, his pain shells are actually going to land that head damage.
And now, Josh just really have to hold for. I'm not sure if he could basically find a trace. Kimi's getting tagged up as well. The Molotov's not going to give them any form of spacing, but Shinsei managed to get the catch onto INF, and Bryce swings. He gets him. And now 3 members still left standing. Kizuna bites back harder here in our second map.
How do you go against an aggressive team? Easy. Give them the space and play for retake, and that's exactly what Kizuna is doing. So the idea for what they did here is that to move over to A main, hold that area a little bit more deep, because they do have to flush them out, pick them off one by one, take advantage of sands, and then pincer them immediately onto the site by not allowing them to prepare for that post plant. And it works so good. Now I wonder what BBP has to answer with this.
Yeah, it seems like they want Shinsei to hit as hard as he can from long range with Marshall already. Or look at Bikini Bomb Pratahouse. They've already gotten a couple of all these shuri's, so still going to be spending a little bit of money into the round, but there's still a little bit of aggression being displayed. Now that is going to be a fault line that will hold them all back for the moment. Just getting an orb in return for Kimi, but nothing much other than that.
If you remember, for this map, it has 4 alt orbs, and the idea is to get control of the area and farm as many as you can, because you want to enable certain agents to really take up that space and hold it. But for BBP, losing that area means that they have to move over to the B side. But look at how many utilities are already there on both areas on top of that, and those information will be relayed. They throw out, as they shoot out every single area as they can. No rotations quite yet from Kizuna, but we remember Kizuna, they are okay to play retakes.
Yeah, and look at that heavy
Look at that! We were just talking about Shinsei from downtown finds the XN.
Just by the tip of the wall as well. Now Kimi's gonna try to find one more of his own. The moment that the fault line was online to bring it back.
Beautifully done, coming in with the teammates. The aftershock zones them out of the way. A spray and pray situation is enough. Shun gets one, but Riza good for 2. Clean round only losing one gun.
Okay, that's pretty much huge values out in return. Bikini Bomb Pratahouse just have just about enough with their calculations. INF's missing 100 creds, but hey, it's okay. Just forsake the bot and like we're ready to roll once more. So Kizuna Esports, can they just get more out of this bonus this time? Bikini Bomb Pratahouse have yet to actually crack open this defenses all too efficiently.
Look at this aggressive push coming out here in DXN. Good for one in Boca as well. This time they punished them for the aggression. But doesn't really matter because Riza is just sharp, getting those picks onto the head. Understand there's only one player left alone here. It is their bonus, but Kizuna hits back harder, not allowing any momentum to swing their way. And this is a situation where INF doesn't want to be in. He does have the better gun. He can flick. But if he's not able to isolate, it's gonna be a problem.
Oh boy. INF now will have to give that info away the moment he takes out the bot, but he's gonna set one of his own and he can go for those close plants as well. So he's gonna be seeing if he can find a little bit more of the angle against him. After shot now committed. Should be safe for a plant, but now with doors open up, he is just looking to outplay this.
Yes, no clue if both of them are there or on the other side. That's why he's moving over the other way. 32 HP left. What they're trying to do here is to have Riza bait him up if possible. The only thing that he has in his arsenal for Riza is nothing. Only the alarm bot will be there, and INF gets one. But Bryce does not allow any more to go out of the way, and this is a good bonus win. Well, at least winning the bonus for BBP for Kizuna.
Yeah, Riza was a heavy-duty tank right there and there. Bryce barely actually soaking out the damages, but kudos. BBP came this close. Kizuna, I've just asked, how much more value out of that bonus that they've had? Man, they're just stacked right now. 3 in a row, and now forcing Bikini Bomb Pratahouse to go for those light buys again. Definitely have to try a different approach. This time we see more members to be fancying their chances on towards arcade. More members to slowly fall right in. But keep in mind, on that dish, 2 members of Kizuna could also look right through.
Can we have a petition for Shinsei to have his cam on? I mean, his picture is definitely cute, but you want to see his moves, man. He can't hide away forever. But Shinsei this round in this game.
Shy, perhaps.
Yes, yeah. Nah, Shinsei shy.
To the audience.
Oh man,
So
all
you
right.
know the man. Oh, that
man.
is
Speaking
some
of
chunk
that,
damage.
we just talked about that. Shinsei not only tags one, gets a pick onto DXN as well. Answers again with his own other shot. A quick movement for his teammates as well. Surprised no pincer just yet from the other members of Kizuna. But Shinsei not afraid to play as aggressively as he wants. He understands his teammates are around. And look at the push out for the other members of Kizuna, waiting for at the opening of the B site.
And it took them a lot of time to actually get back into A. And they're not the ones that actually made the first
30
move. We're
seconds
looking at
left.
the Brimstone. Were you looking to cut off some of their vision? Or should I say, we'll be joined by Jet as well. And the other worst thing that's going to happen is that these members out-drop. Eventually, we'll be able to give them a little bit more pressure.
Time.
We have just about enough.
They barely
10
have
seconds
enough.
left.
Invoke trying to try push forward, playing the side of the smoke. Gonna try and push forward here. Surprise, surprise. Flaring is already holding that aftershock.
Flaring.
Or rather, the fault line was enough to get one more. Josh does get one. Shun gets one. Flaring gets 3. And Riza seals the deal. A clean round for Kizuna. Momentum so heavily on their side. This is a great round, honestly, given the fact that Shinsei was so aggressive earlier.
Yeah, it seems like the past couple of rounds, they're just spending time to assess how exactly the rest of Kizuna is holding on to some of all these areas of play. And this is one of the first few times that we actually see BBP managing to really draw majority of the attention onto the opposite end. First, they did get the plan just in the nick of time, just couldn't really get the right trades going down to further commit majority of the smokes by then. A little bit more of a different approach this time, more on towards B main.
What a great read. Shinsei was already holding on the area. He double dips, gets away with it, does go down in the end. Already on the site here is DXN. Waiting in the cold area here, still going down. Doesn't even need his teammate to ultimate tower. They already have full control of the site. They got 2 in the process, only losing Invoke. I think that this is a great situation for BBP to be in.
Absolutely. Now, the only key info that they need is from Arcade, where 2 members are charging in. Shun still dealing with it alone. And Kimmy, man, this guy does damage.
BBP does not care. Just push up, honestly. I can play alone, but my teammates are from around the other side. But it's going to be a good crossfire to find Flaring and DXN with a 4K in the pocket, showing us why exactly he moved away from a Killjoy role and looks so good on this map.
Finally, they have cracked the case open, securing their first point on the attacking. And I would say they are pretty much activated. Look at Kizuna. They can answer back. These guys could just say, you know what? Go for the plan. I've got the orbital strike. I've got rolling thunder as well as a showstopper. And guess what? Bomb Pratahouse says, yeah, we can also trade in that same form of exchange. So I guess PvP now getting back on track. Now have a little bit more of activity being displayed through Arcade. But look at this though. The jet battle's about to happen.
Ooh, DXN. I'm just so in awe at how BBP is able to really kind of guess where exactly Shinsei is going to be, outmaneuver him and his op. Josh, huge, finds a pick onto Bryce, understanding that they can go a little bit more aggressive if they want to, because Kizuna tends to over-peak at times. Regardless, they're just waiting to make sure that the site is completely clear. And Shun also has a Rolling Thunder. Riza does find DXN in the end of the day. One detainment, they're going to try and spot him out. But Josh already full control of tower, can play for the retakes, and understanding that one of the airs they need to lock out for will be main, and Kimmy catches Invoke right before he could push out.
And Riza is looking for a huge roll thunder as well. He's trying to get into position,
nice
and
barbecue.
Baron is already caught them by the tower as well. A lot more opportunities for them to find ways to get the diffuse down. 2 members left, and they're going for a close round.
Here comes Rolling Thunder, and the showstopper will be popped. Kimmy, no clue where someone is, finds INF as he's quickly trying to move out of the way. 5 HP left, but they do play a little lineup game. He gets one, shooting good for 2, not quite. Close round. Riza takes it back, not allowing the momentum to be moved into BBP's hands. But for me personally, that was a little bit too close for comfort.
Way too close, and you could always rely on Riza, and in fact, he's putting quite the spectacle throughout the course of this first half on defense. Sky not only providing the most amount of assists across the board, but also supplementing with all the number of takedowns that he requires. Zuna, despite them needing to look into the cast department this time, they are still trying to match the resource so that the next round they can still opt for full line. They just keep trading these duelists. They're just putting their lives on the line over on Dish.
Honestly, this dish control is just massive. They're just trying to and get not only the orb control, but space control. Suspecting it's going to be someone at drop. They molly out the area, buy some time. But they are going to be pushes. Look at this lurk coming through. It's going to be Shinsei. Josh knows that we are going to be expecting a lurk. But Shinsei, will he find out? Is the question. They know he's right there. Shinsei repositions, immediately catches him as he looks away at door. That Rolling Thunder catches him off guard. One more way, moving forward. Unfortunately, he does go down. He does tag him. Wall bangs. And that's the end of that. A clean round. And Kizuna understanding and loving this retake game.
Boy, oh boy. Really want to catch that again. How smooth they've been able to actually execute this form of retake. Allowed them just about enough spacing, and we saw how they've also bought a little bit more time than to have these members who are in the site to give that control from that dish. And after that, it felt like they've managed to eventually segregate all these members of BBP in order to get them one after another. Only showstopper online for Invoke. This time, not looking too hot on the first half on this attack.
Look how aggressive Invoke is, just moving out of the way.
They get it.
Unfortunately, does not hit, but it does give them all the space they need. Smoke's gonna come out, and Flaring's gonna be using his utility just to get them out. Kimmy finds his pick onto Josh at least. No Smoke's gonna be hard to play the post plant. Just gonna throw out his utility, the Roomba rather, to see if anyone's there. Yup, they do get the information they need, and they will still pressure the A main. But no lurks quite yet. And look at a drop there. I think Kimmy is already suspecting it's gonna be someone at drop, but DXN catches Shinsei off guard.
Great recovery as well. Now they're just slowly wearing them down. Oh boy.
Invoke just quick on that. Kimmy nearly losing for his life. He does have the pain shells, 5 HP left. Moving out of the way, Shun gets him. Finally, at the end of the day, it's a one-on-one. Tries to go for the plant. He has all the utilities he needs. But no movement from Bryce quite yet. Staying very quiet. What he's trying to do here is to try and get his utilities out of the way first. And here comes the aftershock as well. Sorry, the fault line. But he thinks he's playing from main, but surprise, surprise, it's gonna be from the other side and shouldn't react. The hesitation costed him this round. Just so unfortunate.
Perfect timing. The moment he saw it by the edge. Look at him now, this time even closer for HP. This guy likes to live literally on the edge. And man, you really got to take a break out of all these rounds that have been inching closer and closer, and BBP have been able to at least prove that they are able to really match the form of tempo if Kizuna Esports really want to play aggressive on the defensive side. And now with a few more things lined up for them, they got to also consider, like, if this round, if they're going to go for the buy, of course, there's still ample of opportunities for them to eventually get more points. But if they were to actually drop some of these weapons out, yeah, it's going to be a tad difficult. So gotta find out what could they possibly get out of this. Or perhaps, you know, just chilling, get some discussion of better execution, because Kizuna Esports don't want to leave things to chance anymore. This is the most convincing lead that they had throughout the course of the day.
What I really like about Kizuna is that they're not afraid to call for that early timeout. And I think that that particular round was kind of breaking for them. It was a little bit, not only just too close for comfort, but it's the fact that they weren't able to hold their defense as well. They really needed to figure out what exactly the BPP do to be able to break into the site. And this time around, Kizuna, not really changing too much. They're still going their aggressive play, but what they're trying to do is just finding a different variation on how exactly they want to go for the retake, how exactly they want to hold the site. And Riza this time around playing inside of tower, moves him out of the way, gonna flash out. They get pushed out here, but Invoke with the judge catches him off guard. Does go down eventually, but it's game of trades here between the two teams. It's still a 2-on-2, but they do have the idea that it's going to be from main. Kimmy, quick to react onto that. And they know it's going to be one more inside of tower, and both players will still be holding down the line.
Just waiting through the corners of the arcade box. Shinsei doesn't really have to budge from that position, and I think getting into tower is going to be the best plan as well. Shin's got no clue. Take a sweet time and
catches Kimmy. That's enough for Shinsei. He knows exactly where it's going to be. A nice reposition from Shinsei. He is concussed. He switches to the shorty, and again, nice little swing and a pop of the head, and Shinsei takes it back.
Yeah, Shinsei will bring the operator into this 10th round, where Bikini Ball and Pratahouse are so close. And you just see that form of tenacity that they actually do offer in all these quick exchanges. And then once it all puts to a halt, you see Shun being so determined, but it's really hard to go by with an operator, a decent coverage of a distance as well. Oh my word, almost a collateral as well for
Yeah,
Shinsei.
but look at Kimmy as well. Catches someone off guard through door. And that's exactly what I want to see in terms of area control. Once you get the information, you swing out our door, catch people off guard. But no pincer yet from B. Bryce not moving a bunch or an inch because he has to be close to his utilities. What they've done is they've just stacked 4 players on A and just left 1 player on B. Okay to play the retake. That's okay to play time. Flaring gets 1. Kimi trades out. Pain shells haven't been utilized just yet. Understanding that the aftershock is enough to just deter him. They know he's there. There we go, shooting for 1 more. But the flash from both different areas, a concuss to come through, and a spray, and that's enough to end the round.
Yeah, all of them were just saving for the next as well. Or should I say, they could just bring 2 more points for back in. Perhaps they may have better plans on their defenses to be able to hold them right through Kizuna Esports. So far, very convincing stuff here in Fracture. Things have been smoother than butter, I would say. Riza have been at this phenomenal work rate. It's only dropped 4 times throughout all the chaos that we see. And the rest of Kizuna so adamant now to cut right through. There can only be one place for them to cut right through.
He sprays, but he doesn't know that he's there, and Bryce gets him at the end. Shun does trade, but here comes the orbital strike as well, just to get him out of the way. Give me for 1 more. Nice angle by Riza. It's a nasty crossfire. An off angle, if you may. A flash as well. No movement yet. Flaring finds Invoke. It's going to be 1 more to worry about. A team ace losing only Bryce in that round. This is a very dominant map for Kizuna. A statement map.
Round in the half.
Kizuna has just gotten so many variation of ideas to just unveil layer after layer. And it feels like once BBP, they've solved 1 puzzle and move on to the next level, it's like, oh, hey, there's a little bit of an ad block. Well, or should I say that is just holding you back. Or should I say, Kizuna Esports just knowing how to really put them into a place where they're not comfortable at all.
BBP this time. Get out of my way! They're trying to play very aggressive this time, but not moving quite yet. But this time around, Bryce just holding, just spraying through the smokes. You hear the rolling thunder just roaring through the site. This time around, Kizuna moving out of the way. They're okay with leaving a space. A reposition from his teammate. And suddenly, a nice little reset to come through. Bryce knows exactly there's exactly 1 person, at least 2 inside. But they answer with their own rolling thunder. Josh also has his orbital strike to come through. No barbecue. Bryce gets 1 more. Good swing. Shun tries to get 1 more. This is annoying. All these utilities are just so oppressive. Inf is only good for 1 more with 32 HP. And the lockdown, all he can do is just move out of the way.
Same goes as well. Lee's detaining 1 for the time being. Don't think that there's going to be much that he could possibly do with this current position. It seems like the rest of Kizuna, they just want to wait for him to perhaps get the plan down. Maybe let him play mind games by himself. That position given away and Flaring to close it off.
It's actually crazy when you think about it. Even though it's such a dominating lead from Kizuna, there are some rounds where BBP almost gets it. Almost so close. But the recovery from Kizuna is just massive. Understanding how to use the utilities, understanding when to strike back, understanding when to give the site. Honestly, I was surprised that Kizuna lost a scent. But this dominating play from Kizuna on Fracture is honestly a surprise to me.
Yeah, and that also begs the question if this is really gonna go the way of Kizuna. I wonder how Pearl's gonna look like. Both sides have shown so many different styles of play.
Smoke's down.
This time around, Kizuna on the offense, they're looking for a fast B push, cutting into the towers, bringing the spike along as well. Quick tag coming in from Josh, and Flaring will be able to go in for exchange as well. Flaring's only got 16. He's already got into position already. But over on the main, there's going to be a trouble lurking up ahead. Josh has arrived. Now they've got to draw the attention from all angles. Shun! I have to deal with 2.
And still a push come through. Shun, is he good for 3? Yes, he is. What a round from Shun. And now for Kizuna, they have to come around again and figure out this puzzle. Because I have to say, the aggressive push from Josh was the star of this particular round. Taking up that space and just walking up as though he owns the site. Full dominating play and just hitting those shots is just exactly what he needed. And whittling down the numbers takes away so much pressure from his teammates' backs. Now for Kizuna, can they answer? Or will this be a momentum put into BBP's hands as we go into an overtime?
We see a little bit more of that potential for them to be able to at least find creative ways to draw certain picks, but gonna be a tad difficult, not gonna lie. Bikini bomb Pratahouse got that one off. But we see a little bit more capital move. Invoke is gonna be taking charge here. They will have to pull back, so Invoke will have a lot more space of his own.
Just crossing rope as well. Look at where the spike is going to be, and they're going to try and enter it from Arcade, I believe. Either Arcade or Dish might be the question here, but they do still have to clear out both of those areas. No movement yet from Bryce. Takes out one of the utilities. Fortunately, one more Nanoswarm does get popped. They hear the sound of the orb getting taken by his teammates. Might give them all the information they need. And slowly but surely trying to take control of tower, and there we go, in their hands. Bryce as well on the site. And I think what BBP is trying to do here is play retakes, just like Kizuna. But while everyone was stacked onto A, B was the side they hit.
Yeah, and on the canteen, the vision is absolutely being cut off as well. They really have to play through spawn, so all of them are just stacked up. Immediately you see the initiation come through.
Kimmy, huge pick onto INF. Cloudburst just to give them some space for the defuse. They hear the tap here, but Shun sprays with smoke. Josh for 2! Invoke for 1 more. A shot to the face by Riza. Can he bring it home? He's trying to play the smoke criminal, but not enough. Valiant play, valiant effort, taking 2 out of the way. But as they go into the bonus, that's where things might just swing into Kizuna's hands once again.
Of course, VP have gotten the right read to also clear it off from all the angles across Arcade, and that really negates a lot of all these dangers as well. Kizuna Esports halted here on the second half. VP looking to be a little bit more comfortable now that they're on the defense. Some may say, sure, you can strike hard as well as fast on the attacking side, but with wraparound like that, I think like VP is slowly getting themselves a little bit more stabilized. Now, Kizuna, weapons at hand. This time, not so rowdy through the dishes. A little bit more of a slow attempt coming from Kizuna compared to what we saw earlier from BBP.
Shinsei, slowly but surely making his way through dish. Full information taken, and they also have control of that orb. Not sure if BPP actually heard it, but Bryce is still on the hold, spots out DXN, and that is huge. 1 damage dealer out of the way. Bryce does get concussed, but gonna get up to at least deny that space from his team, from the enemy. In INF, good for Kimmy. That's all he's is able to right now. But this denial of information from Kizuna is the problem, because what they're doing here is just slowly moving out of the way. With Bryce in the other hand, they're thinking, oh, it might be a B hit, but it's actually A. And quickly, they're doing the same thing VPP does. It's just taking up that space and playing as aggressively as they do on defense. Bryce finds Invoke. Nice trade to avenge his teammate. Holding down the line and trying to go for those picks. An aftershock to come through, and Josh gets 1, but that's the only thing he can go for. Riza just straight out. They also have the aftershock just to move him out of the way. Displaces him straight into his crosshair. It's a 2 versus 1, Shun all alone. We've seen clutches from Shun.
This time with Sheriff, though, against 2 Vandals.
If he's able to get those taps, it might be a whole different story. They have run out of utilities. The fault line comes out, trying to move forward. A tap 1 more time, but time not on his side. A spray to come through, and Riza brings it back, 11-4.
Still getting quite significant value out of that round itself, but it doesn't really make the cut where BBP really needed this streak to keep things going for them. That's enough for them to eventually come up with the operator for the X10 to provide a little bit more. Perhaps this allows them to get a little bit more of a control over onto the battles that we've seen so far through A-Long. But instead, he's looking through the dishes and he is expecting a little bit more company. As a matter of fact, potentially 4.
This time around, DXN will be the one to hold on the line. Immediately going to displace DXN. Not only was he concussed, he was also tagged by damage. He will reposition, but I think it does give enough information to Kizuna whether or not they want to peek this. A flash to come through. Unfortunately, he does get whiffed and Shinsei takes him out. Just gonna be exploding onto the side. Orbital strike to deny them that area. Shinsei pushes up. Invoke was good for 1. Josh for 1 more. Bryce finds 1 more and Shun as well. There is still 1 more person to worry about. They do have control of the site, but the spike, not in Bryce's hands. The timing, unfortunately, was not on his side in terms of the lurk.
Yeah, this is not going to be looking all too favorable. The moment he steps right through the doors, Shun's just going to be greeting him immediately. So he will have to look for Brimstone first and foremost. Some of these warning shots now being fired, and what makes things worse, this Molotov
30 seconds left.
just zones in completely. Shun ready to actually flash him out as well.
Great game sense, honestly. Immediately moves out of the way. Could have been a great shot. Unfortunately, Shun's swing catches Bryce off guard. Brings it back. We go another round. And we've seen situations like this for Kizuna. They get stuck on 11. They get stuck on 12. And how many rounds in a row are they willing to give up?
Perhaps only 1 more, if ever the case. BBP still got the operator here for them to really dent the blows across these members of Kizuna Esports, which are now mostly on the safe. We're only looking at Shinsei here carrying on that battle, and he is just moving it fast. He's just...
Look at this! And Shun punishes him for that! They know how exactly his plays, and unfortunately his teammates were isolated away from him. They weren't able to follow up. But look at the jump through. Invoke survives. Gets tagged, but look how low the other members of Kizuna are. Kimi good for 2! What a tag! And Invoke will get 1, at least with the pain shells. Bryce finds DXN at the end of the day. It's just so very low. Plays at the smokes. Can he get 1 more? Not quite. What a round.
So explosive. And that's how they've got all of them. Kizuna Esports, I mean, sure, they were saving up whatever is necessary now. They do see that this could be where they start to hurt and bleed a lot more. But just gotta really weigh in on whatever options on how exactly should they utilize all of their ults together, or of course save 1 for the final blow if ever necessary. Beginning about bottom Pratahouse, we saw how quickly they went in for some of all these plays of their own, but Kizuna Esports had Shinsei there really trying to pry things off. I don't think that was all too much of a value that they've managed to get out of that. It'll take a while, I guess, for this one.
Just trying to figure out here for Kizuna, they haven't really figured out how exactly to wrangle control of the area against PvP. How they play is just so explosive, and on top of that, they are very, very isolated. Play together, you get pincered. Play separated, you don't have the utilities to really counter the aggressive plays of PvP. Not sure what they've cooked up here, but we've seen Kizuna stuck on 11. And again, question. How exactly going to take this round? Overcome this barrier? Mental or not, this might be a whole different issue. The blade's already just brought out by Shinsei. No movement yet. And the information has been relayed that there's at least someone waiting on main. Riza waiting together, jump peek to come through, but Invoke did not move at all. A counter flash to come out. They do trade out and Riza gets 2 of his own. Great recovery, a 2 for 1. A great start to the round.
Yeah, perfect timing on that. Now they will have a lot of ways to actually set up for this B take. Absolutely could get the lockdown to be set into place. Whereas the XN is so far away. wouldn't be able to put the dent just yet, but he's slowly marching his way right through. Might get to see both of these jets to be picking on each other.
Here.
Shinsei holding, look at that. The blades come out. DXN gets him out. Unfortunately, his wave blades does not hit. They spot his beanie. They know he's there.
Still
and Bryce still peeks out. Not the best situation to be in. A detain to come through. Josh does get detained. You hear the turrets just attacking them as well. But surprise, surprise, Josh didn't even move an inch. And Reza doesn't know that he was hiding in plain sight.
So open as well. I guess like he was just hoping he had this job sorted off with a plan. And Flowering, surprise, surprise. There's still a little bit more of trouble for him, but that's enough cover with all that they've been able to set up. So now, BBP, they stuck away another round.
Tiny mistake led to that round. It's just so unfortunate. But for BBP, on defense, they look so good. They're okay with not only playing as aggressively as they want, they're okay to just holding. They're okay with just leaving it a chance. What the heck? Josh was just holding there in plain sight. They did see the detain, but unfortunately wasn't able to react off it. Kimi this time going a little bit more aggressive, but gets displaced. Shinsei with the opening this time around without invoke. Little bit less firepower to deal with. A swing to come out. Shun gets one, but Josh fires back.
What a stack they've actually set up right there and then. Two members just depleted. Now, quickly they're squirming right into B, but the Killjoy has already gotten every single set that they will need in order to secure this one in the back. There is potentially a huge orbital strike.
INF
going to be dropping right there.
Huge. Not good for two. Answers back. There will be DXN with the op. Josh, he is quite low. He understands that DXN does have his back. He also has the orbital strike. DXN also has his ulti as well, but for Bryce, in this round, what can he potentially do? Would he rather go for a save, give up one round? I think he wants to try and go for it.
Should be trying for this though. Kizuna
catches him out. Again,
really
BBP.
had no options right there. A little bit more devastating. And like you say, they're right now, hard stuck 11. BBP absolutely on the terror. The way that it was being done was just a hard pill to swallow. The moment that you look at Kizuna when they move into that A side, they're really hoping to not only win the trade against Invoke, but you have to deal with either Shun or Josh. Either or is still going to be a tough way to actually cut across. And I think like the only way out is to really find ways to win out from B.
Utils are out this time around. They'll be just going to be trying zoning them out at least. Underpass is where they want to hit. Shinsei playing the smoke criminal. That's fine, Josh. Reza eats a little bit of damage. Already on the side, they're planting it open. It's going to be for A main. Shinsei just spamming through the smoke, just putting a lot of pressure. INF, look at how much damage he's eaten.
So much. Only having 5 HP. So he's just going to see if we could probably want to just came at the right time, lurking around.
The X10 answer back though. He hits back with the op. Finding Shinsei. It's a little bit less pressure, but in this situation, I think for BBP, they're okay with giving up that space. But Kimi's aggression will be punished eventually by Shun. And I think for the other members, Kizuna said, okay, that's enough. I don't think it's best for us to go this aggressively. And I think for BBP, bringing this op forward might be the best course of action.
And now, Kizuna finally cracked the code and now moves into this match point. BBP just loosened up a little bit of that grip, and Kizuna really saw the angle, like what I mentioned early on. Like they've tried so many times. A was so difficult with all the layers of utility, and this time they know they just have to deal with a few members that may just be leaving this area unchecked as well, and finally finding that opening. And one game is all they need right now. And DXN is going to go for another try with the operator onto Dish. The last time round, we saw him being deteriorated with 4 members stacked upon him. This time, not too many.
Oh
very
no,
viable.
he moves out of the way, and this time around he leaves Dish unattended, but Shinsei will walk straight into his crosshair. The Rolling Thunder to come through. He gets two right before they push through the area. The sprays come out, Bladestorm come out. He does get a pick. The shorty, a little bit too much to do, and Kimmy takes him out of the way. And immediately will get zoned out by the orbital strike. Takes a lot of damage, but it's still a 2 versus 3. It's still very, very winnable. But here for BBP, it's gonna be a little too much. He sprays through a smoke. Riza tries to take it back, but it's so hard. They get a defuse, and we go another round.
DXN is a mad lad. Oh boy. We're just talking about, hey, what about the guys through the dishes, right? He clears off the sands. And then every single utility that he could possibly turn out, the shorty shots, the blade storm. I think with that form of setup, the rest of the members have been able to just congregate back into this A side and just clear things off a little bit more easily. But it was still a little bit of a hiccup that we saw through the smoke that could have actually turned things down south. Not gonna lie.
DXN is his own army, honestly.
Yeah.
Man was fighting a 1v3 all alone and won it in the end. Shinsei this time unable to go as aggressively as he wants, deterred by the utilities. We'll be doing an updraft, does spot out one, takes out INF. Exactly what they needed, honestly. They need to figure out how exactly they need to take this round and go next to the next map.
Yeah, and they also actually
Look at
respect
Rice.
enough.
He's trying to swing forward. And
close
Rice gets
proximity.
picked out here, BBP. They get 2 more each. Getting whittled off 1 by 1. Riza does answer back, but the damage has been done.
Not like this. What we really expected. And this is just going helter-skelter. 2 members right now. Riza trying to cheese them through the smoke. This is a huge possibility. Shun is low, but Shun still gets him in return.
What a comeback. So dominant from Kizuna on defensive side, but BBP seeing that we too are just as great on defense. They've taken 1, 2, 4 in a row. They gave back 1, but now taken another 2. For Kizuna, this is where we usually see them get stuck. They haven't found an answer yet.
And if they're gonna take any later than that, we're gonna be looking at a long night of overtime for them. Right there. Eventually, it just becomes a stamina battle between the two. Wrong push and pull this time. Now BBP, they have ideas to just rush right through the arcade. And Invoke! He's just gonna go in for the massacre at DXN to cover ground. They got the spike on the floor already. What more do they need?
Okay, the hold, they have a crossfire. Game sense extremely high. Just a tag team of shots from different angles. Understanding where to hold. 11. BBP might just bring this back to an overtime. All they need is just 1 more. And on top of that, BBP just now, they were holding on to 4 ultimates for so long. Invoke has been farming orbs. Farming kills as well, in fact. He's so close to another showstopper. We also see Josh just 2 off the orbital strike. But Kizuna, they have ultimates in their bag as well. But on attack, even though they have the win conditions, they haven't been able to seal or tie the loose ends.
Exactly the case right now. It seems like they're tripping a couple of all these rounds. But this time they don't want to make any form of mistakes. A little bit more of a slower call, but every member of BBP have left this one unattended. Early middle with the Rolling Thunder, not really hitting onto anybody. Oh, that's 1 utility off the way. But Flaring, he does have the orbital strike. DXN is going for this. Punished! Oh,
the wrong way.
Chance!
So unfortunate, but this time around, they also just zoned them out with the orbital strike. Bryce finds Josh out of the way. Despite the big pick just now, Bryce already for 2. Full control of sand as well. Shun moving out. Nice cross, and Kizuna take it. 13-11. Too close for comfort, but BBP, what a comeback.
Man, Kizuna really had to stretch all the way through in order to close it on the final game right before we might actually get ourselves that overtime, but they finally get themselves a little bit more of a relief. And not only that, that also means we get ourselves another map.
Map number 3, and I'm really excited to see what exactly BBB can do to answer on Pearl. We've seen Kizuna's performance on Pearl, and I think that they're starting to get a lot better on that map. Really liking the way they have set plays and how exactly they want to commit to it. But this aggression from BBP has clearly shown a lot of problems for them. But let's have a look at the highlights to see what exactly was going on here. I mean, it started off really good for Kizuna, honestly. It was very dominant. They were always okay in terms of taking up the space and holding. Bryce's lurks have been very, very on point. But the problem for Kizuna happened as the second half came through.
Yeah, and on the second half, BBP, they just find a lot of all these opening picks, and really Shun has been able to really keep up to the pace of Riza at the very same time. And it's just like a little bit of deja vu moment of what he actually offered back in the sense. This guy just never stops.
I think that for BBP, aggression or W gaming is literally the name of their game. They're really, really embodying it, whether it be on attack or defense. I mean, yeah, in terms of defense, Kizuna had an idea, was of giving up space and then playing for main. But for BBP, they don't really do the same thing, but instead they're like, okay, that's fine. You want to play that aggressively? We're cool with taking up space. We're cool with pushing out. And I think it comes down to just plain old, not only game sense, but also aim in general. Because like if you see all the aim duels, how many times have we seen DXN, Josh, as well as Shun getting those multi-frags? Too many times.
Yeah, like these were just shots that really brought life back into their own respective teams. And I felt like this very final round itself, Kizuna, with them getting a little bit more of that free reign control onto A, which we saw BP had so many layers of utility to work with. Instead, they funnel everything to B. And that itself made it a little bit more difficult to do.
I think that for that particular round as well, Kizuna had been hoarding up ultimates. They had 2 ultimates to work with, and they're like, okay, we're gonna hold this ultimates. It's okay to give them a round, hold these ultimates, have a set play just to really seal it. But my worry is when you have those situations where you need 2 ultimates to win, it really shows that that is your win condition, the ultimates. And I'm not really a big fan of win conditions, because you want to have situations where you can rely on yourself, on your aim, and on your teammates to be able to win it. But with a team like BBP, who is just so aggressive and just so prone to multi-frags, especially from Shun, it's going to be a big problem for Kizuna. It was a battle of the breaches. Let's have a look at the MVP. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's Riza. Yes, it is. Honestly, with 303 ACS, which is honestly insane, Riza has been the hard hitter for the team. He's been clutching. He's been getting so many frags as well and playing in the front line as a breach. And it's just so unfortunate that he wasn't able to have a set play with Shinsei. But it's honestly, I would say, the map itself and how it's designed. There's so many different angles to watch, so many different entrances. It was hard for Kizuna to have a pure set play together as much as they wanted to.
Yeah, and I think like so far, majority of all his utility usage were really on point to be able to reap rewards for the rest of the team. And not only that, with him supplementing right after, you saw how many times when they were going for attacks onto the A side, sure, Kimi might actually suffer a little bit of hit, and then he will just snack too, just like that. It's like, this guy is just Mr. Reliable.
Yeah, but as we go to map number 3, which is Pearl, we're going to let the players get a quick breather. When we come back, let's see who takes this one, whether it be our brand new roster of BBP or Kizuna.
Hi, my name is Riza and I'm from Kizuna Esports. My role in the team is Initiator and I'm also the IGL. Fun fact about the team is that we're a bunch of jokesters, so during tight situations, you know when to make jokes so calm the nerves down. But when it's time to get serious, they'll get serious. I'm the IGL because of my cool, calm, collected mindset, so during tournament games, I won't really crack under pressure making a call. We felt really happy qualifying through the relegation bracket into Split 2. It was really intense in the relegation bracket because we lost our first series against the Monks and we dropped into the low bracket instantly. And we went triple OT against Team Pass and everything went smooth right after that series. In Split 1, we didn't perform to what we expected. So coming to Split 2 with 2 new sidings, Shinsei and Bryce,
we're expected to qualify for Ascension.
Hi, my name is Kimi from Kizuna Esports and I'm currently playing Flex. Riza is a super cool, calm and collected player. He's very good at taking calculated risks, which is what I respect. I'm happy to call him my IGL. Flaring is a super funny and well-rounded player. Plays by the percentages super well and I'm happy to call him my teammate. Usually during matches, I just go based on my instinct and whatever my IGL Riza says because I trust him.
Hi, I'm Flaring and I'm the controller player for Kizuna Esports. So, as you all probably already know, Kimi is part of the world-renowned AIM group, Yuki AIM, due to his incredible mechanics. I'm confident he'll be able to showcase his abilities on the main stage. I think the team I'd like to play is probably made in Thailand. I think they're the best team in the region and they won last split. We've always played them a lot in practice and matched up really well, so it would be interesting to see if we got the same results in an official. So I think the most important thing is just to try our best and have fun. Due to the nature of the space we play in, a lot of people talk shit about you, put you down, or just think you're not very good. As long as you believe in yourself and just keep playing, you'll eventually make it.
Hi, I'm Shinsei, and I'm the duelist for Kizuna. Bryce is like the biggest beta I know. Like, you can be entering into A side and he's still lucky into B and blaming us for like dying at A, or he's like the only one alive after like 1 minute into the game. I always eat 1 cup of Shin Ramen before my matches so that I can carry my useless lurker and drop 30 on the enemies.
Hello, my name is Bryce. I'm the Sentinel lurker for Kizuna Esports. Some of y'all may know me as the Riot gun buddy giver or Gordon Ramsay, but I prefer to call myself the GOAT. I actually brought Shinsei over from my old team LVR to play with me in Kizuna Esports, and he plays the duelist role. But he's not really putting up duelist role numbers, and I think honestly I could play a duelist better if I wanted to. I would say I'm most afraid of LVR, my previous team. They now have a star-studded roster, and I'm most afraid of their Sentinel player diffing me, which is Wisa.
Looking for one more. He knows exactly where G is with G. He has to take it. Oh! Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Reason.
The side decided to one more. Scary!
But San don't care! San wants more!
Oh, he's
Walking at 2 steps. Vera picking up 3.
Ladies and gents, welcome back once again at VALORANT Challengers Malaysia and Singapore Split 2. It's Tash as well as Contra, and well, oh well, we're going all the way into our third map with both of these teams really showing their prowess, and Kizuna really stood tall by the time that they get into the second half, and then they stood still until they were being chased by BBP. And on the very final moment, wow, they managed to seal the deal.
I've only ever heard of the legends of the Monks, but to witness it with my own eyes, a whole different story. Really excited to see the players, or rather the roster, picked up here for Split 2. They definitely really earned their spot to be up here on the big stage. But for now, as we go into Pearl, this is where it gets sketchy. Whether Kizuna will be able to take it back, or will BBP make a statement win 2-1 against Kizuna. Regardless, as we go into this map, I am so happy that we're gonna have a Gecko set play here. Should show us the power of Lil Bro. Now, production, I don't know if you guys have seen my tweets, but I'm still very angry at production. Production, I'm watching y'all. I'm watching y'all. I want Lil Bro.
Hold back for a little bit.
I need Lil Bro's time in the spotlight, okay? But
later on.
It's very different here. This is very interesting because for Pearl, we've always seen a Harbor and Viper lineup. It's been like that throughout all regions. But we're seeing a Gecko brought into the lineup here, and I'm wondering what they're cooking with it. How exactly they want to counter this sort of set play.
Yeah, I guess like there's a lot of value when you were to utilize it on both ends of the sites, right? Like when we take a look at how it can be used so offensively and actually get safety nets for you to also get plans down with Wingman. Oh, it's just a lot of high value overall, but of course, Kizuna Esports going standard with those double controllers.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that for Bikini Bottom Pratahouse, this is not what we usually see across the board for this particular map for different regions. I'm talking EMEA, I'm talking Pacific, I'm talking about NA. We usually see, I think the steeples that we've seen is a Viper Harbor. But what we're seeing here is a Gecko, a Sky, and a Astro, which is honestly shocking to me. And I want to see how exactly they utilize this comp. And immediately gonna use the Trailblazer to get some information. They know that at least there's no one onto B main, and they have full control of the site.
They're just gonna give a little bit more of that spacing away. Whereas holes are just held right tightly. Shinzi couldn't really find an entry with Nano Swarm already, making a little bit more of that mark. And the extent he's waiting, but he will be taken off.
It's just so good, just waiting for the Viper wall to go down here. There's still one more, and Shinsei picks up 2, not 3 though. Flaring trades out. Huge. All the space in their hands. Post plant, they are just pretty much ready. Full control of B long and halls. It's going to be so hard to push. And on top of that, Kimi's wall, the decay is a little bit too much. All they have to do is just spray out. With Riza inside of smoke, it's hard to really pick him out. The defuse is trying to come out. Flaring gets one, Riza for one more. And that's the power of having this set play. Because you have the post-plant lineups ready.
And I just love how clean it was on that pistol for the rest of Kizuna to show us how proficient they could basically get, despite, you know, in early rounds, sometimes you just get overwhelmed with certain cheeses, but you started off having them holding back a little bit, and they start to create a little bit more of that opportunity. And we could expect them to continue on with this B strike with a little bit more of a difference in terms of variation.
Oh, this is so good. I love this orb. It gives them so much space to move around the area and not get tagged. Yep, and then you pick it up once again, and then you bring it onto the site for the post plant. Now, look at where they've positioned Bryce, not allowing anyone to push through for the lurks. And is already going to counter 2 of the players pushing through from main. Regardless, they already have the site, and they also get the reset on top of that. The Cove will give them all the cover they need. And for now, we haven't really seen the Gecko able to really use to be for the retake, because look at how Kizuna is playing this. It's all about control of B main.
Yeah, and through the B lane still, we're just seeing them slowly beelining their way to get a check onto our halls. The majority of all the members of Kizuna, yeah, they're just playing for long. Oh, that's gonna be pretty.
He still gets it! Are you kidding me? It was just so unfortunate. 3 for Riza. What is going on? This man is unstoppable. He gets flashed, but he still gets it in the end. And with Bryce holding out the backside, the lurks are just not happening. And this is a very clean round number 2 for them. And not everyone bought that round.
He just demolished everybody. At first, he escaped death. And then he chased everybody else and delivered death to them.
I am so confused. Whose flash was that? I'm pretty sure that was INF's.
We saw the exchange, yeah, and INF.
Don't give them ground.
Got him blinded.
He blinded himself because I don't think Riza had blinded. I have to look
Perhaps
at.
so. I think we really have to look back on where it really comes from. Perhaps maybe because you're soaking in your own, and then that duration is slightly less longer.
Not too sure what happened here, but Kizuna this time has their eyes onto the A side, understanding that not having the better guns here means that they cannot take as much space as they can with the guns. Shinsei, full control of sight, just going to slowly push up toward Flowers, and Riza playing mid. What's great about Kizuna is the fact that they are so good at not only taking space but holding it. This is a great lurk, honestly. Timing on point, immaculate. No information quite yet where BBP is going to be. No casualties, but it is enough information for them to work with. They do get a blind, at least for INF. They know someone's there, and look at this lurk. Exactly what the doctor ordered, but they will get traded out.
Swift measures are being taken by the XN. Shinsei! Snap right back, but only good for one for the time being. So, Bryce, and I guess like Invoke, there's only so much he could do right now. Consider it done. Kizuna, back to back points. PvP still trying to get the hang of this.
PvP has no clue how to counter. Talk about lurks, there's two people lurking, not one. It's Bryce as well as Kimmy. And then sometimes they take turns. Sometimes we see flaring and move around. Shinsei, enabled by his teammates. I think we're seeing a set play come through from Riza as well. The flash comes out, he takes up that space, immediately reacts to it. Sometimes Shinsei can go a little bit too aggressive for comfort. We saw that just now on Fracture, but separated from his teammates. But this time around, it seems like they got those problems now out of the way. They figured it out. And again, Riza takes the guiding light. Once again, it's the same thing over and over. Set play. But BBP this time around, not reacting to it, just holding.
Yeah, and they're just gonna rinse and repeat. Kizuna, this allows them to propel forward. Because we've seen sort of matches where teams will just rush right through and just overwhelm you by the areas of main. This time, Shinsei sort of reach the pillars. Perhaps fancying some random shots through the boxes. Might just actually find something in return. Shin holding in the angles for quite some time, and Shinsei finally punishes them. And the Seekers will eventually hit the mark, and Shinsei will just have Kimmy to do all the rest of the work.
So great how to utilize this space, this aggression. The sprays come out. Josh is good for one at least for the punish, but they do know at least it's 3 here. Nice upgrade for Josh to spray out. Have to also worry about Bryce. But Bryce is actually playing mid link here, hasn't moved at all. Full control of not only Link, but also Belong. And Invoke will be pushing up a little bit more, and they said, okay, might be a little bit too much for us. Best for us just give this up, at least bring the guns to the next round.
Guess that's really the best case scenario for now. I've been hoping to fancy a little bit more of some shenanigans to catch them off guard. I mean, even to rotate over a minute, yeah, it's gonna be hard because you have 2 members out there, don't know who's gonna be on the lurk. Well, of course, that side, BBP still stuck on the puzzle for the time being. Kizuna Esports, you know, can even have Shinsei going on Blitzstorms, it seems. Flaring with his ultimate available too. Just plethora of options, and despite that, you know, Kizuna is just basically sticking to the usual. Only from time to time that they are looking to strikes onto that A site, but even when there's more commitment coming from the side of BBP with more members out there, the hold itself to really amp out the firepower in some way or another. There we go. Flowering, holding them down, and finally we do see the exchange go through.
Little whiff there will be punished. Riza does take a fair bit of damage. Shun just spraying through smoke takes a lot of damage, honestly, but Shinsei is so very low. This time around, BBP has the right idea. Denying with smokes and spraying through seems to work out so well. A little bit of a top-up as well.
I'll be a little bit of a standstill. The XN
Flash as well just gives them information. That's enough for them. But we know that for BBP, getting the information and reacting to it will be huge. And with Bryce taking up so much space onto A main, it's enough for them to really figure out whether or not they want to rotate. Look at where exactly Josh is. They want to catch him in the middle. He's pushing out here. They know he's there. Timing not on their side. They might get just try the back. No, he doesn't.
Got it.
30
Great timing.
left.
That timing itself was everything to them. They should be able to match up to the tempo, where they also caught one more intel into the corners of Art. Bryce going to be accompanying Shinsei on this pursuit, and there we go.
That's fine enough. Not good for 2 for DXN does go down. Consolation prize if you may, and Shun. Very aware there's at least a bot there. He has to take it down. Just gives them all the information they need. Immediately you can see a reposition. But Shinsei from the back. Shinsei. Shinsei. No way. Let's do it. No, he wins! No! Oh my god, Shinsei! I can't believe that happened! And on... Oh my god. Oh my god.
Boy. This is going on all the social media platforms, by the way.
I'm gonna put it on mine.
It was part of the plan. It was all part of the plan. You know, I feel like I was fooled for a second.
Well, he let his intrusive thoughts win and karma hit him. Straight.
Yikers.
Blinded.
Regardless.
Why'd you gotta do him like that, bro?
Oh man, but look at the push here from Inbook, but Shinsei read it like a book. Shinsei's not gonna let that whip deter him. Immediately out of the way, and the Reckoning will be popped here. Just gonna displace them out of the whole area. INF, despite the displacement, he still gets one. Can he go for 2 is the question. Not quite. Flaring and Riza, 1 more each at least. With Josh and Shun just left, we haven't really seen that spike on what exactly they're planning to play with the set play, rather. For this particular lineup, we haven't seen Shun really pop off with this agent.
Well, give him a little bit more time as well as space. Perhaps this is more for the latter half of the stages. Riza finds one truly early, but Shun trades back, but Flaring, he's been waiting for this moment the whole time.
How's everyone feeling?
6-0 gives you a little bit of a deja vu to the previous map. Curious to see what BBP has in mind in terms of the second half, but we are still halfway there to the second half. Now, if you look at the set play here, rather, for BBP, they do have a little bit more attack heavy with a double initiator comp. But for Kizuna, it's a little bit more defensive, but it works out so well in their favor, especially because of how exactly Harbor has been designed. And this time around, BBP saying, okay, you know what? Forget playing defensive. We're going aggressive, and we're going to push up. But will they get the value is the question. No one is over-peaking.
I guess the moment that Shun actually...
Look at where B is. The push-up from B already.
Yeah. This is where it's a little bit more of a haggle between both ends to see who eventually gets a better deal. But I started to see why the Arcans didn't get go. Oh my word!
Oh,
Input!
4-2!
On the double!
This aggressive play is working out so well in their favor. DXN for 1 more. This double up comp looks so good on them, but Flaring will at least get 1. The Cascade comes up, trying to give him a little bit of space, at least to allow a reposition, to allow him to pick up the spike and move away. The audio cues is enough for him to at least have an idea where exactly the other members are. Playing near his utilities here. They can't just swing him out. You hear the Trailblazer. Does not spot him out. Sprays out. But Josh knows exactly where he is.
I never go no.
BBP took them 7 rounds to get to first pointer out there, and all they needed was a little bit more ferocity to be offered. Like I said, the double operator for them to at least get those quick picks. It's not too late for now, heading into round 8. Especially with them holding on to majority of their ultimates. They can just look at things very differently. This time, Shinsei immediately goes into shove Shun aside.
Oh, this
Nebula
is
is really going to be in the
genius.
way.
This is just so good for Kizuna. They saw what happened just now, the aggressive play. They said, okay, Shinsei, go kill. Punish them for their aggression, and exactly, Shinsei delivered. The flash comes out, he's good for 2. Does go down eventually, but Josh will eventually get chucked down by Riza. The X10 alone this time in a 1v3, and with an op, it's gonna be so hard to play retake. And I think what he's trying to do here is just hold and bring that op to another round.
Yeah, there's nothing much to salvage here at this point. I mean, we've seen certain clutches being pulled through by the X10 before. It's going to take a while. It doesn't really seem to have the rest of these members of Kizuna to be playing into typical positions. Over onto Arc, but he does find Riza.
What a punish.
Footsteps was the biggest giveaway.
Yeah, what a punish, honestly. I was trying to jump peek to find out where he might be. So DXN was already pretty much just holding. That's the information he needs. We talk about information over and over again, and for both teams, utilizing this, the denial of it, it's just been massive for both teams. And I think there are BBP here. What they've been doing is not... They've tried playing defensive, it didn't work out. They tried playing aggressive, it didn't work out. But this time around, even though it was a good round for them, but Kizuna's readjustment and just read rather, just saying, okay, that round we lost because BBP did this. So let's counter with this and see what happens. And this adjustments from Kizuna is making it so hard for BBP to really figure out how exactly they want to do it. They're like, oh, we got one, we finally figured it out. Let's try it again. It's not gonna work.
But you could also imagine how it could be so devastating towards Kizuna when some of all these elements to be used in tandem at the same time could really tear the rest of Kizuna apart. And speaking of which, Sensei, he doesn't care. He's not gonna allow you to even get anywhere close to the element. Taking the first one down and immediately goes in for a swift rotation.
I think this is great for Shinsei because I think previously on the first map, Shinsei wasn't playing as aggressively as we usually see him. And then suddenly in map 2 and map 3, we see Shinsei sort of go a little bit more aggressive, feeling more himself. Probably his engine has finally warmed up, he's online, and it looks so good on him. And look at DXN pushing up here with the op this time.
Oh,
might be a collateral? No, it's not. This double swing just punishes him because they put so much information on A, they quickly move toward B, punish one person holding the angle, and they immediately take up the site once again.
Yeah, that's just not it. Like, they've already hurt the swarm of members cutting right through. I mean, he's just hoping to get more value out of it. Seeker's already out, spots one into hallways. Shinsei's just gonna quickly reposition, but there's Bryce, Riza, everybody across the smoke screen, and Shinsei still tags him out.
It's just honestly great use of utility. You saw what happened there. Just let Kimby drop his utility where they need, and all Shinsei had to do was just react to it. The decay, the vulnerability that comes from the Viper utilities are just so massive for Kizuna, and that's exactly the problem that's being faced by Bikini Bottom Pratahouse here. Understanding how Kizuna plays with flaring, with Kimmy, and that's exactly why it's a set play to have these two agents on this particular map.
Yeah. We're looking at Shun being a little bit out of his element, right? Like, it's starting to show a little bit, especially on this defensive half. We have yet to see the appearance of Crash because that element
because he hasn't been able to get the orbs. He hasn't been able to get those frags. He wasn't able to utilize at all Thresh, and it's gonna be Josh with the opening. Huge onto Bryce, which means it's one less lurker to worry about.
They finally shut down onto Shinsei, and Riza just blindly sprays right through the cascades and high tides. Here comes the reckoning, though. This is gonna be tight angles for him to work with, but Riza, he finds them! And there we have it! He still does damage, but Shun covers ground, rides through the alleyways, and lockdown coming from BBP will only buy some time, and Spike is in the middle of nowhere.
You know, Kimmy is there. Last Nick Bite already used. You also hear the pop of Dizzy. Does not get the value he wants. Gonna be using Lil Bro just to clear out this area. War crime has been committed. Can hear the boos from the crowd. And Kimmy does get tagged. 2 HP left. Kimmy gets 1. Can he get 2? Not quite. Shun. Great recovery. slowly clawing their way back into the game.
Some signs of life back towards Bikini Bomb Pratahouse. That took quite a lot out of them overall. And Kizuna, the moment that they lost Sensei, I think like that is where things start to loom. And it did seem to be a little bit more disjointed as compared to their usual setup. Now they're possibly going to be considering whether or not is there going to be a possibility to expand certain ultimates that they do have at the moment. And of course, many of all these opportunities out there for taking for them, but where did we really want to position for this one? Because as much as we've seen all these form of reckonings, I think for most part, we've not seen the Viper's Pit really committed onto B yet. And if it were to utilize onto A, maybe it might still bring a little bit of value. Perhaps. Gotta figure this one out quickly.
This might be a good thing for BVP. Sometimes it's all about the momentum. It's all the mental. How many rounds in a row are you okay before your mental starts to put you into a mode where you're overthinking things? I think for BVP, really gotta commend them. It's not really... Every round seems to get harder and harder for Kizuna. And I'm wondering, what exactly is going to be the micro change for Kizuna? Because they're doing the same thing again. But this time around, what did they find out in terms of patterns? The flash comes out here, nothing quite yet. No follow-up. No aggressive pushes this time around. Because we've seen over and over again, DXN was punished for pushing up. And this time they said, it's okay. Let's try and play the holding game. But for Kizuna, we know that they like playing explosive. Take up space, hold, and then push out. And here comes the Viper's wall, and that's exactly what they need, and immediately just gonna move together with the Seekers. They know exactly where the other members of BBP are, but I think for BBP this time, playing together might be the best option for them.
This is going to be a little bit more of an extension of the Nebula as compared to the usual setup they do put over on.
Oh, that is so good.
Genius. Straight into the Cosmic Divide.
There we go. Cosmic Divide didn't deter them at all. Josh, huge opening. Bryce does trade it back as well. Thrash was used. INF does find flaring. A flash to just really find out. Weeds out the Viper's Pit. Bryce is only good for one, but INF, the game changer in this round. The aggression comes out, and they are back online, baby.
Last round before the switch.
One more chance to make it into 4. BVP even had a little bit more time to also dissect it layer after layer. Moment that Kimmy falters with the spike as well. That could hardly be safe, where they are only able to just play for those trades by then. I think like all of this B attempts have already been well read out for the rest of BVP. This time, gonna stick to very similar angle. Setup once more.
Yeah, this is a very close angle played. They already have the information in terms of footsteps. So what Shinsei is just doing is just holding. Timing will be massive here, but who's gonna spot out who first? This is a judge in their hand. He has to get this right, but we know that Invoke never really loses this. Josh, good for one. Invoke as well, but Bryce at least gets 2. So, 2 for 2. Good trade, honestly, across the board, but Bryce is so low right now. It's a top up though.
Yeah, was it values worth?
Oh, look at where Kimmy is. This lurk on lurk game is massive. Timing, Kimmy! What are you looking at?
Oh, I feel for the man. And now the Seeker is just gives them all away. Prize in the middle of the open. He finds INF. This is just going to be a quick drop onto the lockdown, but left. Look at the huge flank. Like you said, lurk on lurk, baby, and they are going to make sure that they plan this a little bit deeper into the site, and they might consider if there's not going to be anybody out there, is there a chance they could go to heaven too?
The turret will give them all the information they need. That's exactly what they want to do here. So what they're trying to do is stay out of sight. It gives them a little bit more space to get on. Gets rid of the turret. That's exactly what they need. Now, this Nebula is what's going to be very, very important. The alarm bot is there. Does find them. What a jump through, but DXN already figuring it out. Riza finds one. He can't go for Isolate. A flash to come through, but oh my god, Josh! Flash him! What on earth?
We started off with so many of all these amazing settings out of Josh himself. We've commended the changes of how he sets up his Nebula and then Cosmic Divide. And now this, dancing with death and salvaging a crucial point for BVP to survive here in Pearl.
Man, BVP finally finding their momentum. It feels very deja vu to the previous map, no? Where we found that BVP finally found their momentum toward the end of the first half, and they kept it going toward the second half.
And they were basically asking for this fight to happen as well. You saw the way that it was all being set up when they planted so deep into the side.
Oh, this is very aggressive. This is a very aggressive area being held here. Invoke is not good for one though, but Josh does cut with a good recovery, flaring for two. Close angles, chokes them right in the middle area. And this is where they have no clue where the other member is for Shun. Running for his life, trying to go for a different angle, different area.
Just gotta squeeze right through any nook and cranny to hide for the time being.
He needs to get the plant. He needs the extra cash as you go into the second round.
Still has quite some time.
He has a lot of time. And he also needs to go down. If he does get a plant and he dies to the spike, it'll be the best case scenario for them.
Well, who knows? Shun does Shun things. We saw him mass and fracture, surviving with 4 HP. And then back in the Sen, this guy just knows his way around. Kind of pretty open up, but I think he would do the due diligence to get a check onto this B-Link.
Oh, they hear him.
Stacked up.
4 HP. So very low. So unfortunate flash as well. He moves out of the way. Jump shot perhaps. Oh, he still finds flaring. Can he get two is the question. No.
Not
Good
so
round
lucky this
though.
time.
Still very close.
Yeah, just love the read on this man. He would expect them to for them to eventually find that quick access through the middle. And of course, even if they were to play from long, it's still not going to be all too much of a favorable position. So great read, but of course, there's that. It's round one by Kizuna Esports. They were in this pole position before back in Fracture. And you see, back into the cameras on the second half, there was a little bit more tension on their faces. As they know that any given moment, once BP starts getting a little bit more of a read of momentum, it could always turn around at a given point. Too early to tell for shot being fired off.
Oh, that is a force buy by Invoke. That's a dash already, so at least they know that he can't move out of the way. It's all the audio cues they need. But look at the spike. Just gonna slowly move it over to the B site. What I try to do here is come out from two different angles. It's gonna be a B link as well as B main. Just choke them before they move out of the way. And Invoke, that shot just gives every information they need. At least for Kizuna. Flash to come out, no swings just yet. And no movement by Kizuna. The idea is to hide as long as they can. What on earth? Invoke still gets him! Through his face? Sir! Emotional damage.
That was directly on the nose.
Exactly. A TX10 still holding. No movement yet. Could be an A hit. But we know that Kimi, he is a good anchor, but look at this aggressive angle by Bryce. It's a nice little set play to come through. Josh does find Kimi in the end, but surprise, surprise, there's one. Nice trade with Shun. Nice little top up as well, 13 HP for him. He also has one more guiding light. Tries to go for the hit here. Flaring, sprays out.
Line it up.
They just walk into his crosshair.
Flaring really have been taking positions for the most part in this whole map itself. Was patiently waiting through the B-links, and then this time, just knowing that eventually somebody's got to cut across, right? Yeah, just knows his way around.
It's 2 rounds in a row already. This situation here for Kizuna, only need 3 rounds left of BBP. This is a very, very tall mountain to climb. But they climbed the tall mountain last time and fracture.
And what they say, ain't no mountain high enough to keep me from
Your age is
winning.
showing, sir.
I'm not that old.
Oh man, and this aggressive push here from Shinsei this time around. All he has in his hand is just the sheriff.
Josh.
And Josh will punish him for his aggression. Thankfully, the high tide does give him some space to move out of the way. They're still holding very close.
Meanwhile, from the back though, look at this huge lift from Kimmy. Oh boy. Oh, this is a little bit more devastating that they also do have members. I mean, Punish across Art and INF has been able to at least steer the attention onto that alleyway. They can recommit back into main if you want to.
They have lots of time to rotate as well. No one is on B. They do have some setups on B, actually. They can go for that if they want to. But I think what they're trying to do here is just buy time and just slowly burst onto the site. We've seen BBP do this before. But for Kizuna, I think they have the right idea. They have the right read. Look at them. They haven't moved at all. What they're trying to do here is just holding in a little bit slower, play for retakes. Smokes out. They hear the footsteps immediately. They move onto the side. Lil Bro already planting. Immediately, Josh finds one. Kimmy for two! Can he get one more? Snake bite just to really move him out of the way. All he has to do is spray again! Kimmy with 4! Saves the day! Wins the bonus!
This guy just has the calmest reaction. That will just look at the cam. That was nothing to him.
I mean, I've talked to some players about this. I said, why do you not react when you do the most insane clips or flicks? And they said, because they are just so mined into the game. There's a lot of adrenaline going around. They can't react to it until after the game. So usually you start seeing them posting their clips after, just showing off after. But let's have a look at that again. This is so good. Josh gets one, and Kimmy's reposition just so good. It's just tiny little movements that gives him the isolate and playing with his util at the end of the day, understanding that the vulnerable will allow him to spray off.
Yeah. And there can only be 2 different angles for him to run off from.
Oh, he spotted the little bun.
I guess he will just let him look around for a little bit more while Shinsei eventually gets info.
Yep. This is enough already. INF does find Riza, but Flaring is there to trade. I'm really liking the fact that for Kizuna, having a buddy system, a trade potential has been massive.
Yeah, and speaking of exchanges...
Oh, they know. Ooh, nasty.
Man, these guys were offering product currencies, but they're not accepting. Josh,
oh, man.
Last man standing. I mean, Josh, he says, I'm gonna hug this spike real tight. And let's see, maybe it can be a magic lamp, like rub it,
That's
3 wishes.
Interesting. He was running toward B. He rotates back. And now he's trying to figure out where I want to go. Do I want to go through A main or do I want to go through mid? I think he's trying to go through main. The problem with that is that I think that for Kizuna, in many of these rounds, it's so hard to lurk them or just catch them off guard because their understanding of, or their read rather, of BBP has just been massive. Josh, good for one. The tart out of the way. Just waiting for his teammates to come forward. But immediately, Bryce takes him out.
Is this at best?
Perfect camping spot out there. You just got to wait for your moment, and he took it. Champ. Kizuna, now, match point. And there's just so much work for BBP that it's just slowly slipping away. And just look at their current positioning. Bikini, bottom, Pratahouse. I don't think they have enough resources for everybody out there. Looking bleak.
Come on, little homies.
But if they can pull small little rounds like they did prior, who knows? Might be another long haul that we're looking at.
BBP coming in from 2 different eras, mid-side and main. Thrash as well will be used. Eats up a little bit of damage from the Nano Swarm, but unfortunately Thrash this time around does not get the value. Kimmy, good for 2, aggressively pushing forward. Even though they don't have full control of the site, what they're trying to do here is just play together. A set play, if you may. And the read that Thrash is around is just allowing to say, okay, get off the site, allow Thrash to be used, and then move out of the way. Josh does find Flaring in the mid rotations. But the Seekers give them all the information they need as they move away from the site. Nice little tap from Shinsei, and now the Blades are now online. 1 pick, 2 pick, but Josh not able to bring more, and Riza sealed it off. 12-4, Kizuna showing why this map is their throne.
And there you have it, ladies and gents. Kizuna Esports sure started off really rocky on the first map, and now 2 maps back-to-back from Fracture all the way into Pearl. They've gotten the hang of it. So when we look back into this map of Pearl, I think like the first half was still looking to be pretty decent until maybe later on hitting into 8-pointers out there. Perhaps it's just too far of a catch-up game for the rest of BVP from then onwards.
I think it's more of Kizuna really understanding this map. This map honestly feels like home to them. In Split 1, Kizuna had the most trouble with this map, but Split 2, it looks a lot better. If you look at in terms of how they played, how they hold, how they aggress, it's honestly already said that this is one map you do not want to go against Kizuna. Understanding the reads that come through, as well as their set plays, is just so very nasty. They really deny the idea of what exactly they want to do in terms of execution by BVP. Yes, you did see a few rounds, they did take it back, but then you start seeing these micro adjustments by Kizuna. And honestly, I think at this point, it's really hard to break this comp that Kizuna has set because it's just so very dominating in terms of how they play with the utilities.
Yeah, you know, like there's so many of all these audience as well as back then when we were asking, why don't we really see that many pro players actually going on the get-go in the competitive scene? Of course, there's also certain limitations as well as compared to what usually you see with the Viper as well as Harbor giving so much more value. Sure, Shun could basically get those plans for the attacking side, but you could always take out Wingman halfway through, and then what? Spike's gonna be on the ground. And on the defensive side, I didn't really see all too much more effective moves coming out of it.
I think what's really important to talk about here is not just about Echo in general, but just more of like, it's just so soon for anyone to really have a set play with an Echo just yet. Yes, we've seen him picked in VCT Americas, we've seen him picked in EMEA, but not necessarily utilized the way that we've seen here for Pearl. I mean, in Pearl, it's just so dominating. Having that Viper, I think, has just been so vital. Either you can have a Viper plus a Harbor, or we could have a Harbor with a Gecko, because then it allows Lil Bro to plant and you have a nice cover for him. And the idea of having Gecko is to just put Gecko and Lil Bro to go plant, you put the cover onto Lil Bro, and then you prepare for that post plant. And it's just so unfortunate because every time he sends Lil Bro to plant, it wasn't really utilized because it gets destroyed so many times.
Yeah, and I think like there is of course a key takeaway as well, where of course playing to his strength, when you're fighting for mid control as well as for art and even looking for that A plan, I think that's where it shines the brightest, but I don't think they were given that moment to shine to begin with. So no fault given on to him. But look at this, Riza, 2 games in a row becoming the MVP of the match.
I mean, Riza as an IGL has just been phenomenal, not only in terms of his calls, but also his frag potential. I mean, in the previous split, it felt like Riza had to step up. He had to play as the Band-Aid, as the clutch master. But in this season, I felt like for him as an IGL, there's just such good chemistry between the players. There's just good set plays, and Riza doesn't have to put as much pressure on himself to be able to clutch, because he's able to out-frag and multi-frag because everyone is doing their job. Everyone is enabling each other on the team. And honestly, I feel like for the Ascent map, it's more of like everyone understanding how Kizuna plays and BBP just outstratting them. But in this situation for the last 2 maps, Kizuna is just saying, we have plans, we have strats for this map, and we'll show you why exactly these maps are not picked against us.
Yeah, and now Kizuna really getting back on track. Sure, on game 1 itself, they also showed that level of tenacity to be able to pull off so many rounds. It was 13-11 to also close things off what we saw back in Fracture. So I think it has been such a long night. I really do commend all the 10 boys that have been playing for the entirety of the night, because right now, after their sure hard work, they do get to, of course, get a little bit more reward in the form of points. Unfortunately, of course, losing the series, the rest of the series, I guess at the very least, each one walk away with a little bit more of a something.
We're seeing a little bit of a shift here, at least toward the bottom half of the ladder. We're seeing Kizuna just climb up now with a +3 in terms of differential. X10 with the +1 winning just now. Kizuna looking so very good with the 4-2, putting themselves ahead of X10. Now, TeoTeoTeo unfortunately will be going down to 5th place, meeting up with Toda and Bikini bottom Pratahouse. Despite the bombastic start today, I would say a statement play. Fortunately, not enough for them to maintain the middle side of the ladder, going down to 7th place.
But all in all, Bikini bottom Pratahouse, what massive improvements through the course of the week, where we've seen, of course, fair share of struggles, and now really challenging the current, well, 3rd seed on the table. Of course, Kizuna work hard to be able to get there. So upcoming weeks ahead, I think like eventually we'll get ourselves closer and closer to the playoffs, and that is where things get a lot more frantic. I hope that these preparations are going smoothly for the rest of the teams that are also playing. So I'm just keen to see what else do they churn out.
Yeah, but speaking of that, that'll be the end of today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and watching. What a series today from all 4 teams. Let's go and see what exactly will be happening tomorrow. Same time, same place here. VCT MYSG Split 2, Tash Buddy and Contra, we out.
One enemy. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One player standing. One enemy.
Looking for one more. He knows exactly where G is with G. He has to take it. Oh! Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Breathe.
The side decided to one more.
Oh!
Scary!
But San don't care! San wants more!
Oh
Walking and moves that Vera picking up 3!